Officially, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome. We embark on the second day of the Congress Thesis Initiative Grant Project. I hope that you enjoyed your coffee and refreshments. A beautiful day today, a fascinating day ahead of us, foreign guests, and I hope it will all be history in the making. Remind you about our partners, State of Poland, Regional Center for International Debate in Warsaw, and the Stock Exchange, who is housing us, as well as IPL, Strefa Biznesu.
Who were beneficiaries of globalization for many decades, and let us see how they will operate in the deglobalization time. After his presentation, we will start with a panel discussion with prominent representatives of the Polish business community. So would you please stay with us? And let me now hand it over to Professor Simon. Can we get connected with Professor Simon? Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, sir.
product. Before 2010, this trade elasticity was well above 1. And especially since 2014, it's below 1. That was well before Trump and his conflict with China, etc. Now, how is this going to continue? I expect that relative deglobalization is likely to continue. It means goods exports will be increasingly substituted by foreign direct investments. Behind that is a dematerialization of international exchange. Service exports still grow faster than the GDP. And of course, digitalization means that data exports play an increasingly important role. We have remote 3D printing, where the data are in one country and the product is printed out in the target market. And as today we have Zoom, instead of traveling, we communicate digitally. In this new world, one of the big challenges is to find the best location for each activity. Just to give you a few examples, 2 German companies, hidden champions, which are in the mining technology, they removed their whole competence center, including research and development, to China. Because in Germany we have no longer any mining, and in China mining is still very important. Or another hidden champion, they are setting up their competence center for artificial intelligence in Shanghai. They say in China we have better conditions to develop artificial intelligence products and processes than in Germany due to availability of data, data protection, etc. And this goes even further. For instance, Weilo, a hidden champion in the high-tech pump sector, they are establishing 3 regionally independent headquarter companies. One is in Dortmund, Germany, the mother house, then in the US, in Chicago, and in China, in Shanghai. And the reasoning behind that is that they expect that it will be more difficult to do trade, to do exports, imports between these 2, 3 regions. And in my company at Simon Kutscher, we have already this set up. We have 3 legally independent holding companies in Bonn, Germany, in the US, and in Singapore. They have the same shareholders, but they are not connected among these companies. So this is a future avenue which increasingly is pursued by companies. Lesson 1, globalization will continue, so it's not the end of globalization. However, goods exports will be partially substituted by foreign direct investments. Service and digital exports will grow overproportionately. Finding the best location for each activity will be mandatory. New organizational forms, maybe with 3 regional headquarters could emerge. Now let's look at the role of the hidden champions. When we ask what determines the export performance of a country, the first thought is that it's the large corporations. And indeed, this hypothesis is true for most countries. Here I show you on the horizontal axis the Fortune Global 500 companies in the most recent list, and on the vertical axis the exports. And you see it's an almost linear correlation for most countries, USA, Japan, France, United Kingdom, etc., where the number of large companies determines the export performance. But there are 2 exceptions, China and Germany. And these are the 2 leaders in exports, one in absolute terms, Germany in per capita terms. And they deviate from this hypothesis, large corporations determine export performance. What is different? The role of mid-sized and small exporters. In China, 68% of the huge exports come from SMEs, and in Germany it's about the same number. What is a hidden champion? I haven't changed this definition since 1991, only with the size, with regard to the size. a company which belongs to the top 3 in the world in its market, has a revenue less than $5 billion or euros. That is the upper threshold. The average is much smaller. It's about 500 million, the average revenue, and companies which are not known in the public. So hidden and champions, that's a play with a contradiction. They're global market leaders, but nobody knows them. And I will give you many examples to illustrate various strategic factors. Lesson 2. To really excel in globalization, you need both large corporations and very strong mid-sized companies, the so-called hidden champions. So you need this mid-sized sector in addition to some large exporters. Now let's look into the inner makings. I call it the wheel of success. What are the most important aspects of their strategy? The core is the ambition to be the best. That can only be achieved through focus. Only focus leads to world class. You need continuous innovation. Focus, however, makes the market small. How do you make it big? By globalizing. And then you have the new driving forces, digitalization, ecosystem, sustainability, which affect all these pillars of the hidden champions strategy. So let's go through the various factors of the hidden champions strategy. Ambition to be the best. Mackevision, global leader in computer-generated imagery, says our ambition is to be the absolute #1 worldwide. Absolute #1 worldwide. And they are used in all these animated famous films. They use Mackevision software for these illustrations. Stihl, an older classical hidden champions global leader in chainsaws. Either we are the best or we don't do it. They enter new business only if they are convinced that they can be the best. Otherwise, they don't do it. Or Dietl, which is the best translation machine in the world, tested many times against Bing and Google. We deliver the best translations in the world. We deliver the best translations in the world. So this is the entrepreneurial ambition and energy which defines the foundation for the hidden champions' success. I said focus can lead, is the only way to get to world class. Again, a couple of examples. TeamViewer, global market leader in screen sharing. We focus on remote support worldwide. Nemetschek, global leader in software for architects and engineers, focus on one thing and be the world's best at it. Or a smaller, also older hidden champion, Flexi, world market leader in retractable dog leashes. We only focus on one thing, but we do it better than anyone else. And this company has 70% global market share, sells its products in more than 100 countries. It looks like a simple product, but it's actually a high-tech product. Now I said focus makes a market small. If you sell retractable dog leashes only in Germany, it's a tiny market. How do you make it big? By globalizing. And here is a history of Kärcher, global leader in high-pressure water cleaners. They started with their internationalizations in the 70s and have added 1, sometimes 2 or 3 subsidiaries every year. Now they are at 150. And I recently talked to their CEO, who is 52 years old, and he said, I want to be in all United Nations countries during my tenure, so he has to open another 50 or so in the next 5 or 10 years. So, ambition to be the best, focus, globalization. Where do the hidden champions stand? And I will repeatedly come back to China because that's a key challenge and a key market for them. 60% of the German hidden champions manufacture in China, and they run more than 2,000 factories there. If you look at the other side, there are only 5 greenfield Chinese factories in Germany. Some more are under construction. But the Chinese have mostly entered the German or European markets through takeovers in the last 7-8 years. There are more than 300 Chinese takeovers in Germany. Right now, there are limits developing that the government doesn't approve some of the attempts. That has changed a little, makes it more difficult for Chinese. But we will see a wave of Chinese investments coming into Europe. I had a meeting with 100 Chinese automotive suppliers. They said, we all want to come to Europe to manufacture there. So that is a big opportunity for your region, but also for Germany. Even for Germany, in spite of the high costs here. Lesson 3, ambition to be the best, focus and globalization are the pillars of the hidden champion strategy. Actually, for many SMEs, globalization is the biggest hurdle. I know even in Germany, a couple of very good companies who don't cope with the challenges of globalization. That is a big hurdle. More so for service companies where you have to internationalize your workforce, and for production companies where you can manufacture in your home market and export the product. Now let's look at the new driving forces: innovation, digitalization, business ecosystems, and sustainability. Few lights on innovation. Hidden champions spend twice as much on R&D as the average company. So it starts with spending more. But more important, hidden champions have 5 times more patents per employee than the average. And a hidden champion patent costs 1/5 of a patent in a large corporation. So they are both effective in creating many patents and efficient, achieving that at rather low cost. And I show now you 3 videos, all from aerospace, because that's visually attractive. The Volocopter, the first electric helicopter, and Volocopter last year got orders to establish an autonomous air taxi system from Dubai and also from Singapore, and most recently they got another order from Saudi Arabia.
So you have an airplane that takes off vertically like a helicopter. Once it's in the air, it accelerates into forward flight and flies with wing-borne lift.
Lilium, an electric plane, vertical takeoff and then horizontal flying. They went public in New York and were valued at 3 billion, but now their stock price is down. I'm not sure that this is going to work, so it's still in an experimental stage where some experts doubt that it will work. This is the first hydrogen-powered plane. It flies actually, but of course has to go through the certification process. So these were 3 breakthrough innovations coming from hidden champions. Innovation is a big challenge and threat for the German hidden champions. And here I show a comparison between German and Chinese hidden champions. The Chinese hidden champions go public very early. Marek, you will like that. And then invest their money into R&D and into growth. And typically, the Chinese hidden champions have about 3 times more R&D employees than the Germans. Here, I compare 2 companies, Carl Zeiss, a global leader in optical products. I will come back to them. 3,100 people in R&D. Compare it with Hikvision, global leader in security cameras, 9,300, 3 times more. And even if the typical Chinese researcher is not comparable with the German, 3 times more, that's the danger. And that reminds me of an old story. In 2005, I visited Nokia in Helsinki. At that time, they had about almost 50% of the global market in mobile phones. And I've never seen a company as arrogant as Nokia at that time. They said, we have 19,000 people in research and development. Nobody can match our competencies. 3 years later, I attended a presentation by the CEO of Huawei, that was in New Delhi. He said, we have 52,000 people in research and development. And you know what has come out of this. So here I see a real danger for the Germans coming. My consequences, by the way, the Germans have to become Chinese. Like I cited Vilo, they set up their artificial intelligence center in Shanghai. If you can do something better also in research and development, you have it to do in China or in the Silicon Valley or in Poland, whatever the best place is. Second driving force, digitalization. Hidden champions are mostly in B2B, not in B2C. And I don't see European champions becoming global leaders in B2C, to consumers, in mass markets. Simple explanation. Uber tested its system for several years in San Francisco and then rolled it out to all American large cities. If you do the same in Warsaw or in Berlin, and you want to roll it out to Europe, you have to overcome 27 bureaucracies and 27 languages. So there are exceptions like Spotify and Skype, but they rather confirm the rule. Industrial processes are highly complex, much more complex than consumer processes. And let me give you a couple of examples of companies, hidden champions, which are leaders. TeamViewer, I mentioned them, remote screen control. Their software is installed on more than 2.5 billion devices. I don't know whether anybody of you knows LSTM, that stands for long short-term memory. That is the software behind Siri of Apple or Alexa of Amazon. It's installed on more than 3 billion smartphones, invented by Professor Schmidhuber from the Technical University of Munich. I mentioned DeepL, the best translation system. Celonis, global leader in so-called process mining, just evaluated at 3 billion in their new financing round. And if you look at autonomous driving in the period 2010 till 21, 32% of all patents are from Germany, and Germany is the first country with level 3 autonomous driving. And here's another number which may surprise you. How many suppliers does Apple have in Germany? Quote from Apple CEO Tim Cook: German hidden champions play in the very top league. Up there, the air is very thin. We have 767 suppliers in Germany, 767. And you don't know any of them, all hidden. I call that, by the way, deep technology as opposed to high technology. Apple is high technology, SpaceX is high technology. It's visible like a mountain, a high mountain. The hidden champions technology is typically deep technology. You don't see it so-called underwater. Some of them are literally underwater. One company is Rosen, the global leader in pipeline inspection systems. But I will show you a couple of more. And that has to do with business ecosystems, which is a very important new driving force. Here are 2 examples. The first is extreme ultraviolet lithography, EUV. The manufacturer of the system is the Dutch company ASML, and their customers are the foundries, integrated device manufacturers, Taiwan Semiconductor, Intel, etc. And they have 2 decisive partners in their ecosystem, Trumpf, which contributes the laser, and Zeiss, which contributes the optical system. And just to illustrate these 2 cases from Hidden Champion, here is the EUV laser amplifier. This machine has a peak performance of 20 gigawatts. The temperature at the point where the laser hits the ship is 220,000 degrees. That's 40 times the temperature on the surface of the sun. This machine shoots 50,000 tin drops per second on the ship and has 457,000 components. Takes 1.5 years to produce this machine. It's one of the complex machines in commercial markets. But the size system is even more complex. It reduces the distance on the ship from 193 to 13 nanometers. Nanometer is 1 billionth of a meter. It extends Moore's law by at least 10 years. And with this machine, you can put on the surface of a fingertip 56 billion transistors. Development took more than 10 years. The experts say it's the most complicated machine in the technology Cold War, not rocket science, but much more complex. And you may know that the Americans prohibited ASML from selling these machines to China. They have a virtual monopoly in this EUV lithography. But business ecosystems are equally important for smaller companies. Here, actually, a very small one, MK Technology. They make so-called investment casting systems by which they produce very complex shapes. Their customers are SpaceX, PCC, the global leader in turbines, turbine plates. And they have partners from China, from Germany, from Israel, from France. And together with this business ecosystem, they can master this extreme complexity. And for instance, at SpaceX, they installed 6 MK systems who do the jobs of 1,000 large 3D printers. These systems, in the meantime, produce 1 combustion chamber for the huge Mars rockets of Elon Musk. A small business ecosystem, which with these partners, independent partners, can master extreme complexity. Last of the 4 new driving forces, sustainability. Will it be the new digital? Perhaps. And hidden champions are leading in sustainable technologies. That's a natural market because these sustainable markets are small in the beginning, are also deep tech. And here I show you only one example, which is from an Austrian hidden champion, Lansing. That's a shirt. Our normal shirts are made from cotton. This is made from wooden fibers, so-called lyocell. And here you see the difference between a cotton shirt and a lyocell shirt. The cotton shirt needs 2,700 liters of water. The lyocell, 180 liters. Land, 6 square meters for the cotton shirt, 0.6. Cotton consumes 25% of the global consumption of pesticides, 0 for the lyocell shirt. And the price range is similar. So lesson 4, innovation, digitalization, business ecosystems, and sustainability are the new driving forces, which will be decisive for success in the future. Hidden champions seem to be in a good position to master these forces. Some of them will become very large. For instance, it could happen in hydrogen. There a company from Berlin can produce hydrogen at 1/3 of the current cost, but it's not yet on an industrial scale. My last aspect, Chinese century, that is the title of my book, Hidden Champions in the Chinese Century. And I said on the innovation side, the Chinese are the biggest threat for the European hidden champions. They are still very early in their globalization. We've seen 5 greenfield factories in Germany compared to 2,000 Germans in global brands are still very weak. Growth rate is higher than for the Europeans. They go public very early, collect huge sums of money, whereas Germans and also other Europeans in Italy are mostly family-owned, reluctant to go public, and we have seen some numbers for R&D employees, many 3 times more in China. So I think my last lesson is Chinese companies can or will become the toughest competitors of German and European hidden champions. Europeans have to increase their agility, invest more in research and development, and open up to capital markets. They should become Chinese in this sense to compete on equal terms. So doing in China what you can do best there. For instance, I mentioned Trumpf laser. The largest factory of Trumpf is today in China. Remarkable. Just 1-2 minutes on my own hidden champion story. I applied what I learned from the hidden champions one-to-one. Our goal, ambition to be the best in our market, focus solely on marketing, sales, pricing, scope, global presence. Today, we are seen in independent studies as the #1 in these fields, especially in pricing. This is our growth curve. Dr. Dietl mentioned already that we have more than 2,000 employees now. And this is our global presence. We have now 45 offices in 30 countries. So I can assure you it works. We are particularly proud of our Warsaw office. We have 44 employees currently there. So that's a good size already for Poland. And Dr. Dietl also, the introductor, mentions the business school in China, which is devoted to the hidden champions concept and named after me. Let me summarize. We experience a relative deglobalization, meaning shift from exports to foreign direct investments. Find the best location in the world for each part of the value chain. That is the challenge. Have the ambition to be the best. Focus to achieve world class. It's the only way. Globalize through people. The bottleneck in globalization is people. They are the limiting factor. Innovate by integrating technology and value to customer. In digitalization for mid-sized, small companies, it's better, more promising to focus on B2B. And build long-term business ecosystems to master complexity. It seems a very effective way to master the increasing complexity. Open up to capital markets and become more Chinese. And I've described that in my book, Hidden Champions in the Chinese Century. And if you are interested in the story of Simon Kutscher and mine, it's in my autobiography, Many Worlds, One Life. And just appeared this week is Beating Inflation. The 2 books will also appear in Polish in a few months. So many thanks for your patience and attention. I regret the technical problems. If we have questions and answers, I'm happy to be available. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy, panie profesorze. Chyba powinniśmy podziękować oklaskami.
Professor, thank you very much. A round of applause. This has been very interesting and inspiring. We have received so much food for thought that I am afraid to start our panel before we have an opportunity to digest what Professor has said. Thank you very much once again. Professor, you have encouraged us so kindly to ask questions, and as this is a unique opportunity, I would like to give our audience this chance. I see no one willing to ask additional questions. So once again, Professor, thank you very much. I would like to wish you a very good Sunday, and thank you so much for dedicating part of your free time, part of your holiday to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Na tym nie koniec, chociaż...
This does not conclude our panel, although we all wish we had more time to think on what we have heard from Professor, and we could maybe think about the place of Polish economy in this Chinese century. I would like to invite Mr. Paweł Nierada, a deputy chairman of the BGK Bank and one of the initiators and supervisors of the 3Cs Initiative Fund. Another of our panelists is Dr. Adam Piotrowski, the CEO of Vigo Photonics, a Polish hidden champion. And the last but not least, Krzysztof Kostowski, the CEO of Playway. Initially, you may not recognize this company, and both of these companies are listed on our stock exchange. But Playway is a mother company for many game dev entities. So these would be companies that produce video games, and they are the specialty of Polish economy, represented very strongly on the Polish stock exchange and also on other stock exchanges. And many of these companies were incubated, if I may say so, in the Playway environment. So let me join the panelists now to begin with. And as we have heard from Mr. Simon, some statistics that are very difficult to dispute. The pace of globalization has slowed down, and whether the tension between China and the US and other tensions that are currently present in the world forming a good environment, a conducive environment for the 3Cs initiative, or are they a threat to our initiative? Let us start with Mr. Paweł Nierada. Thank you very much, Marek.
Drobna dygresja, oczywiście miło słyszeć.
Dear panelists, dear participants, it's very pleasant to hear some kind words, but hearing that I am the father of the 3Cs Initiative Fund is an overstatement, is an exaggeration, because this is a common project initiated by the management board of the BGK Bank together with our colleagues from other development banks from the 3Cs Initiative countries. And going back to your question, I believe that every economic shift, and what I'm saying is not particularly deep, is a threat and an opportunity at the same time. So if we look at what is happening in Ukraine and what has been happening in Ukraine since February this year, all of this is quite conducive to closer cooperation within our region, giving better perspective for extending the 3Cs platform by including Ukraine. And going back to the more economic aspects, we have heard a very interesting presentation, also giving some insight to the future developments. And I believe that it is true, and in Poland there are companies that have potential and they play an important role on global markets. Some of them, as Mr. Dietl has rightly said, are present on the stock exchange and present here in this room. What is important for me is to look at the international market, but not necessarily a global market as such, because there are some low-hanging fruit, which means there are some objectives which are more achievable than being a player on a global market. So when we speak about the 3Cs initiative, what is very important is to make sure that we have sufficient road energy, interconnector infrastructure, because for many years our countries were behind the Iron Curtain. And most of the infrastructure for transport, for example, was built along the east-west axis, transporting goods from Russia to Western countries and modern technologies and oranges, for example, from Western countries to the Eastern Bloc countries. And the connections along south-north axis were not being developed, were not supported. So what is important for our initiative is to make sure that we overcome this obstacle. That is an obstacle also for business cooperation. So once the idea for Three Seas Initiative was born during the second Three Seas Initiative Summit in 2017, I decided to embark on a trip around Three Seas Initiative countries. I spoke to my peers, and what is common for all the countries of our region, with Poland being a little bit different because we had a history of more economic freedom, with all the limitation and restrictions that we were subject to, and sometimes we complain about ourselves. But if we look at the economic history of Poland and compare it to Ukraine, for example, and they had a similar starting point, Poland developed in a different way thanks to the mobilization of small capital, of small and medium enterprises, which made it possible for our market to evolve sufficiently to create a number of truly private enterprises that are quite big. They started small. Sometimes they were selling the goods on the street at the very beginning, but they grew and they developed. And Ukraine's economy developed in a different way, creating a small number of oligarchs who governed the economic life in Ukraine, and it was not a truly free economy, and Ukraine still needs to undergo this process of creating a truly free market. So when we look at Polish companies, they are more daring to enter foreign markets compared to other Three Seas Initiative business people, but still what we focus on is the so-called old member states of the European Union, traditionally Germany. And this is probably also connected with the fact that we are strongly integrated into the into the logistic chains of German companies. We are suppliers for many German companies, so there is still a potential to look for opportunities in the markets around us. This should be exploited further, and sometimes it is easier to be a number one player in the Three Seas market than the player number 1739 on a Belgian market. So when we speak about the Three Seas Initiative and the Three Seas region, I believe the most important requirement and the most important need is to build a true dialogue. It is not sufficient for our presidents to meet once a year, accompanied by the media that report a summit. Cooperation on a governmental level is important, but it is also very important to build a network of ties between companies, between businesses, so that people are truly aware of the fact that in neighboring countries there are interesting opportunities that merit our interest and our attention.
profesora, ale wydaje mi się,
It is slightly different from what we have just heard from Professor Simon, but these things are not mutually exclusive. We can do both. We can have global ambitions while developing our region, which would be beneficial to the region as such, but also individual companies. Well, thank you very much for this outlook on the issue, and let us speak about Polish hidden champions. And I would now like to hear from Adam Piotrowski. Your company was founded in 1980s. It was always part of the global market. Probably Polish market is not big enough for your type of products, for your detectors. So you date back to 1980s, but then you have been developing very dynamically recently. Is it despite of globalization, or in spite of globalization, or is it thanks to globalization? Well, it made it possible for our company to develop, to grow, because in 1980s and after this economic war, the role of Poland as a leader weakened, and it was only in 1990s where we had an opportunity to climb again. We are a deep tech company, as Professor Simon described, and for such a company, it is very important to be able to provide new technologies. It's very easy to become part of existing chains of supply, copying other people's ideas and products. It is quite stable and safe, but what we wanted to do is to propose new products. Samuel Trumpf, mentioned during today's presentation, are our key clients. And the production system that is so key to semiconductors could not exist without products from our factory in Ożarów Mazowiecki. It's very nice to hear from our German partners that they are appreciating our products. We visit them a lot in Germany, in the Netherlands. We support their growth by our products, and it's good to know that we are so appreciated. And we are seeing new phenomena. Globalization is indeed coming to an end. The competition, the semiconductor competition and disturbed supply chains resulted in the need to take very important decisions. We as CEOs of companies, but also academics, engineers, all those who manage investment funds, have to rethink the situation in order to decide how to survive and come out stronger from the current crisis. We could exploit the current trends, such as investments in the defense industry. This could be a very good impulse for growth, for development, but we have to be able to use it wisely. We recently read a report about Polish investment in defense, and as we can see, it is less than 1/4 of the money invested in our defense goes to Polish suppliers, Polish producers. And it's very difficult to assess what happens to some of the remaining investments, and it should be easy to see, it should be more transparent. We should be able to look at the supply chain so that we can be independent and that we can create tools based on our own resources. For example, if we compare Polish input into the production of Polish integrators, it is quite small. And if we compare what we sell to what we import, we see that there is a difference of several percent in terms of added value between what we sell to the outside and what we buy from other countries. So first of all, we have to analyze our strengths. We need a new market analysis. We benefited from the development of German automotive market. We worked for Opel, for Audi, for other companies, and also for Fiat, for Italian automotive industry. But now we have new potential clients. So it is a potential that Japan took advantage of in 1970s. First of all, Japanese products were not considered of high quality, but they moved beyond that. The same happened to China. Chinese products were considered second-rate in terms of quality in the past, but it is no longer true. So Poland can build its industrial position while making sure that we are associated with high quality. And this is our brand. Well, thank you very much. Professor Simon tried to frighten us, informing us about the slowdown of globalization, but then he said services are an exception. Krzysztof, you are at the forefront of the digital revolution. I know you do not like this term of re-globalization, globalization of the digital business sector. Is this the wave you are surfing right now? This digital globalization, and is this the path that Polish business can take in order to find their place as players on the global market?
Dużo podmiotów odnalazło się. Ten problem zauważyłem.
Well, I believe many Polish players found their place, and I looked at the market from 2000 and 2010 when I was a president of a company producing games and selling them onto Polish market. And the door to international markets was closed for us. First of all, we were not able to distribute on other markets. We had to use foreign companies, and they had a very high commission, so we could not benefit a lot. So even though we were producing games, we were selling licenses, we were not able to develop. Our revenues and our profits were not sufficient. In 2010, our company that I created with my brother and which operated in the years 2000-2010 was still existing, and the profits were quite acceptable. But I decided to embark on the whole new type of business. We decided to sell online worldwide. So in 2011, I established Playway. We had the first investor, and we created an association of game developers in Warsaw. We knew we had to catch up with the 20 years of development in the West. Those companies already had developers. They were cross-promoting their products. They were promoting one another. They were able to publish games and market them successfully. We did not have that. So from 2011 to 2014, when we started to sell online, we were able to introduce products on the global market, but we did not have the products yet. So we had to look at the market. We had to establish what niches we could use, and we were already very, very tired of trying to find a product. But finally, we found it. There was a game about car repair. It was something that was not in existence. Then we looked at simulators, home repair and renovation, and By 2014, I had 43 teams. We were able to go public and compete with other international companies, because 44 teams was already quite impressive, even for the global market. So we could compete with others. We have teams in Poland, but now also in other countries. So our formula of cross-promoting new games is working. And of course, we do not have such revenues from advertising as other companies in other countries. So we have to be very clever, because there are companies that have $100 million per marketing. So we have to do this cross-promotion. Games have to promote other games. The situation on the stock exchange was very, very beneficial. So we were growing and we had more equity. And today I can say that in the Steam online store, we are the first supplier when it comes to games in the waiting room, because there is the global wish list, and in Steam we have 260 positions, so we are #1 in the world, and Microsoft, Sony are also there. So this is actually a wish list of the customers. So we have the greatest number of games that customers are waiting for and wishing to buy. Now, whether we're successful, whether these games are actually a success once they are released, we are not sure, probably not all, but using our know-how and cross-promotion, and also using the support of the stocks exchange, our teams are very highly motivated. They went public, 22 of them. So we are not a part of the stock exchange market. So even though we are often the main investor, we do not sell our shares. It would probably have been profitable in 2019 or 2020, but what we are more interested in is developing these teams. And when they grow and when they go public, they will be more motivated as independent entities. So this may be a reglobalization indeed, and it gave us a major boost. It made it possible for us to compete with major players worldwide. And we have been quite successful in many cases. Many of you were probably not aware about how great is the potential of Polish market for digital entertainment. I would like to refer to another thing that Professor Simon said, the direct investment. The export is decreasing because if we have local production in each country we want to sell to, the export is smaller, and we can see it from the statistics. So if you could tell us, as you have an outlook of the whole market of the 3 Seas region, are Polish companies more audacious when it comes to their own investments?
Well, undoubtedly, in the perspective of the region at hand, Poland is an unquestionable leader. Mind you, in the recent years, 2020, 2021, what was beneficial was also the level of attracting FDIs to Poland, something that is not obvious and that is hardly ever mentioned. Apparently, we have decades record-breaking results in terms of FDI attractions, which may be part of a trend that Professor Simons mentioned in his presentation. Also from our direct experience as a BGK bank, we always want to cooperate and help Polish entrepreneurs to be successful abroad. Just to give you a handful of numbers, back in 2015, we were present with 9 countries of the world with our key accounts. Now we are present in 82 countries of the world. And this is not down to us in BGK Bank, but this shows you the potential held by the Polish entrepreneurship, Polish entrepreneur. And now speaking about the economic changes sweeping across the world and gathering momentum, and this may be interesting when you speak about FDIs and this 300 FDIs from China to Germany, whether Polish players could not look at the potential of cooperation with German companies also by mergers and acquisitions. Very often German companies, they have very good brands, good technologies, and yet they are problems with business succession, with continuity. So our cultural proximity and closeness, geographical closeness, well, this may favor closer cooperation with Polish counterparts, so they are not so close to China as they are to Poland. Additionally, what we can see, and I can officially say that there is a very big interest from not obvious directions. African countries, of course, African markets are a very difficult and challenging topic, not only for Polish business, but for business as a whole. However, there are countries where interest in Poland and Polish business, in Polish success story, Polish technologies is quite substantial, also in terms of positive individual experiences. Mind you, many people in among key leaders in Africa were studying in Poland in the 70s and 80s. These are people who are very fluent in Poland, in Polish language, who have excellent memories, who have many experiences of Poland, and we see this day in, day out. We, of course, realize all the dangers that are involved because in terms of doing business, we see great granulation of situations. Every country is different in terms of what is offered by individual African countries, but they really are eager to perceive Poland as a partner who will play with them on a par. Many Western European countries are seen through the colonialism perspective. Poland is free of such associations, so Polish business is also not associated through this prism of colonialism. Yes, so this is a valid point. Another thing that Professor Simon was vocal about, and I enjoyed him. I enjoy his statistics. I cooperated with him in researching into hidden champions. Well, they spend exponentially more on R&D. The average company of Boost 1,000 innovators. So the 1,000 of the highest innovation corporations listed on stock exchanges, and here those leaders, they spend by far more on R&D, they hold more patents than anyone else, and they invest into R&D, and I think R&D does not always generate patents, but it is the way it should go, of course. And your company, well, you also invest heavily into R&D, and would you say that you are more R&D intensive than large corporations? Well, when it comes to the production of deep tech products, well, I would say that this is like a reverse structure. We have 1/3 of workforce who manufacture things, and more than 50% work on design. on design and marketing of our products. And this is like a race. We have very intensive race against time just to meet the demand of our new customers, and they are the requirements are ever growing. I don't have any problem with having the Polish brand product. Artemis rocket was launched with Orion landing component. Happened only last Thursday, and I think that this shows you our potential. This shows you our potential also in the cosmic industry. Tomorrow we are going to Germany to build the accelerated process of knowledge acquisition and to build a new network of partnerships. Why? Because we want to be more responsive to our customers' needs. If we always focused on detectors, we were short of lasers. Now we are looking for laser companies that will supply to us and would help us to expand our product portfolio and accelerate development, because such a system is very important. Sustaining of life on a cosmic ship requires additional investment, and I'm really amazed that, for instance, the general called Peacemaker is a Czech company, a Czech product. That the Czechs are the global. The Czechs are capable of performing such global transactions. So this is impressive, and we should really gather momentum. We should acquire prospective and promising companies, and for me, for Vigo, this is the only way to go, and to speed up not only organically but also invest into other mature entities, operators that are in various life stages. Just like Colt had some problems after losing the tender. Well, at present in Poland we don't have enough of powder for munitions, and yesterday Polish metal won in the contest for supply of gunpowder to Spanish production. So this should be also had in mind. This is like a constant fighting. How many people per patent, per one patent? In Vigo, we have Coca-Cola technology, so we don't patent our production. We speed up with the development of our products. We do not secure ourselves with patent rights. We produce our products, and we by not taking out patents, we disarm our competition, and this has proven the test for decades now. Such an approach also allows us to open for partnerships, to build partnerships with foreign operators. If we speak about competition, very many in request for references rely on our publications, and then we are able to prove that we were the first. Ever since 1871, Germany has never recognized patent rights, and were copying French and British solutions only after they acquired enough of knowledge, they started patenting their new solutions. And in digital sector, distribution is very easy. It's easy to acquire clients worldwide, but many digital companies are susceptible to brain drain, to high churn, and since you can design and do everything from your home, you can just as well produce and supply to American operators, Chinese operators, and other operators. So I'm now turning to Krzysztof Kostowski. How about the war for talents to attract best talent? Well, war for talent was always going on. My solution was to share my profit with those people. What was missing in my cooperation in 2010 was this profit sharing. So some profit sharing back then was seen as tricky. Now I clearly guaranteed that whoever joins our group will be also obtaining access to our profit. So this is like the key for success. If software designers, IT people, and leading IT experts are beneficiaries of every premiere, then we can see in our reports that we really share with tens of graphic artists and developers to make them feel they are part of our success. And even if they are part of our listed company, they still have guaranteed certain share in our profit, because I'm there to guarantee their fair share in our profit. So I think this is as simple as that. You can send medals and signs of distinction, but in our industry it won't work. You must have a hit production. Any game must be preceded with R&D research. We need to test what a new topic should be selected, because the gaming market is now saturated. But if we discover something new, and if we manage to persuade our clients that they need a new game in a new topic, then we need to have a closely knit cooperation with our designers, and the designers, developers are always entitled to profit sharing. It really does the job in our branch. So as we can see, this spirit of entrepreneurship in Poland is very strong. I remember that one president of a company in Poland was asked what is the highest managerial problem, and he said that, well, the most difficult thing is that as I walk across those production facilities, I see entrepreneurial people who go on thinking how to set up my own business, how to do something on my own account, and this is not very promising. And this tells you volumes about the entrepreneurial spirit of the Polish people. Now, various congresses flagged by Poland Grant Project are really the cradle of ground ideas, developmental ideas, and other seminal ideas to be used in the future. So let me start by what you said, that the defense spending should be also consumed by the Polish companies. So what we should do to tap our share in this niche of the market? Well, the funds distributed in Poland in R&D are available, but They are not synchronized as much as in the European Union. In horizontal projects, you have financing of various material producers of facilities and systems and end-user products. We were part of a project of detection of explosives, and various producers, from the sensors producers to police, they could work together and see feedback and see their role in the whole chain. In Poland, this is fragmented, and we don't have this complexity. We don't have exercises and measuring that would map out branches and help us to win on the things on which we are stronger. So we don't have also meeting fora. In Warsaw, we don't have any advanced technologies park, any platform where companies could get started, benefit from being startups and enjoy any preferential treatment. We had some academic center close to Wielki and Wigury Street, where there is some room allocated for micro entrepreneurship, but you won't start any production there. There is no room to start production there. So we should think how to build those ecosystems, be it in defense industry, in pharmaceuticals, in biotechnology, and in other industries. This is certainly a direction in which we should go, and then any tendency that we tap will be viable. This is also about our entrepreneurial spirit. For instance, we work on technological platform of photonica to speak to each other, but when it comes to reaching out to end users, it is difficult to reach out to them. And we have some helicopter projects where money is splashed on the whole economy, and there is a hope that something will grow out of it. But and then we see some individual projects mushrooming, but we need some coordinated approach, integral approach, so that we are on the same page and can coordinate certain projects. And the defense industry is the easiest project in a sense, because money comes from one source. The financing of industry or transplantation is by far more difficult. More stakeholders are involved, but this should be also supported. Well, thank you very much. It is my pleasure to refer to what you have just said. You may remember that 18 years ago or 19 years ago, a Technoport was created, the company that was initiated by Lech Kaczyński, the then mayor of Warsaw. And then when the change in office was accomplished, the whole project was abandoned. The site allocated to the project was changed for some residential housing purposes, and time was when Warsaw was a very fast developing urban center for high technologies, and now the situation is just the reverse. Well, we have now very heavy investment in Macierzyszcza, close to Warsaw. We hope that there we will grow up and we will grow out some hub that will be holding promise for the future. And we don't need either walls or clean rooms for digital economy. What can a state do to enhance the expansion of digital business in Poland?
Education. There are so many opportunities there. Less than 1 kilometer from here, a free of charge school was established, and we teach programming and graphics there. It is completely free of charge. There are no tuition fees. And if you want to attend this school, this does not mean that you have to be connected with our company. So you can go to this school, learn programming, and then work for our competitors. We teach over a shorter period of time, not 5 years. We give courses of 1 month, for example, and people can learn basic programming. Well, it is not far from here, and I encourage you also. Maybe I'll subscribe. Well, you should. So we try the best we can, but we are a game developer. We are not an educational entity. So if schools, organizations were interested in running such training courses, we could help telling people how this can be done. And that would be a great boost to our sector. And grants, that's another thing. In Germany, if you have a concept for a game, you know where to go to. In Poland, there is so much red tape, and before you overcome it, you're halfway through the game already. So we need such grants. We make a lot of money, and we reinvest our profits. Of course, we invest in many startups. Some of them would go bankrupt, some of them would dissolve, but some will be successful. In other incubators, people are happy if 3 out of 20 survive. Well, we are not happy when 5 are not successful, so we try to support them as much as we can. So an evening school, a school that shows people that even if you have a very simple job, if you're a guard, for example, you can become a programmer. It is a job for which there is high demand. Okay, so there is still some hope for retired CEOs of stock exchanges. So could you tell us, Paweł, what are the instruments that provide such support at your bank, at BGK? We are already past our time, so please be concise. Well, for the period until 2025, this international dimension, the building of international competences is one of the main pillars of our strategy. So I would like to encourage those interested, because we created a comprehensive environment for financial support for Polish entrepreneurs, starting from equity, through special funds for innovative undertakings. And we have heard quite a lot about the Łukasiewicz Center and others, or business angels that support companies in developing products from the very moment they come up with the idea until they have a finished product. So this space is quite well established. Companies know where to go if they need equity for further development. However, there is still a certain gap or a vacuum for those companies that already have a product, but they need to launch this product. They need to place it on the market and promote it. So we can fund up to 50% of mergers and acquisitions and greenfield investments abroad. So that's one thing we support. And then we have a whole range of banking products, financing, commercial activities, funding different hybrid structures and supporting mergers, acquisitions and investments of Polish companies abroad. I would not want to say anything more because you'd probably be unhappy that we're taking too much time. Yes, you're very brief and indeed
dodatkowego czasu, który mi zasygnalizowali organizatorzy.
We have an additional minute, I can say, and I will use up this time in order to say that deglobalization will not stop global expansion of the Three Seas region. So this is the optimistic message from the panel in which participants were Paweł Nierada, Krzysztof Kostowski, Adam Piotrowski and myself, Marek Dietl. Thank you very much.
To ja też bardzo wszystkim panom raz. Ja też wszystkim panom dziękuję. Chyba nie ma nagłośnienia. Raz. Chyba nie ma. Raz, dwa. O. Też wszystkim panom.
I also wish to thank all the gentlemen. So we are after a very economic panel. Now we are embarking on political sciences. Are we young democracies? Question mark. So quite a provocative topic, moderated by Grzegorz Górny, the president of the board of Polska Wielki Projekt. Grzegorz, please. And we have guests from Hungary, Poland and Lithuania. And I think that it will be best if Grzegorz introduces the guests himself. Over to you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the next panel. Are we young democracies? And since we often hear that various commentators, analysts, political scientists speak from the West, but we are young democracies. Sometimes this is even said with the air of condescendence that you are young democracies that should be educated, raised, taught what democracy is about. And the question is whether this statement is legitimate and whether it corresponds with the reality at hand, both historically, but also in the sense of present-day political practice. And this is precisely this topic I would like to address with my today's guests. We have Mr. Odráž Dínes Nagy from Hungary, who is analyst in the Institute of Strategic Studies Ludovika, and also from the National University of Public Service, and an expert of the Institute for Central Europe. So, Mr. Nagy, welcome, very warm welcome to you. Another guest that we have is Dr. Marek Tracz-Tryniecki, who represents the Center for Political and Legal Thought named after Alexis de Tocqueville at the Department of Law and Administration of the University of Lodz. Very warm welcome to you. And our third guest, who is joining us online, is Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris. In communist times, he was the dissident. He was the activist of Sąjūdis. He was one of the signatories of the Act of Proclamation of Independence by Lithuania. And for 30 years, he has been in office in many functions of Lithuania's public life. And now he is the member of parliament of the Seimas, the Lithuanian parliament. And importantly, Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris, he was also one of the originators of the idea that May the 3rd, so the anniversary of adoption of 3rd of May of Constitution, should be celebrated not only in Poland but also in Lithuania. So to start with, if you allow me, I will hand it over to Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris, since he is now launching another joint initiative concerning the Polish-Lithuanian past, something that touches very strongly on the subject matter of our panel, the constitutional democratic republican traditions that we have in Central Europe, and especially that we have in Poland and Lithuania. So without any further ado, over to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Grzegorz Górny. I welcome my co-panelists and all the guests. I'm addressing you from Vilnius. We have a beautiful weather, and of course we want to focus on the challenge, how to make sure that our political heritage that we have on the two sides should be employed to create new solidarity. New solidarity, among us, the Baltic states, the Central European states, and just to show that we are not new members of the European Union any longer. Because at the beginning there was like a sense that there is the old EU with the old tradition and old heritage and the new EU member states. Well, we have very deep-reaching roots. And I think that we have our proud heritage of the May the 3rd Constitution, the first constitution in Europe, and in Lithuania and in Poland, the point was to focus on the Polish language, Lithuanian language, and to pay due respect to the grand project of the Commonwealth of the two nations, the Commonwealth of the two nations that had such massive influence. And I think that the heroic struggle of the Ukrainian nation is also something important in this respect, because they invoke the traditions of the Commonwealth of the Nations. Of course, these Russian authorities would like to dismantle anything that has to do with the shared past, also the tradition of the Commonwealth of the two nations. And indeed, the 3rd of May has been adopted in the Lithuanian Seimas as the national day, the Constitution Day. For some of my compatriots, I was a traitor. We have also an extreme nationalist wing in Lithuania, and I heard that the democratic heritage must be, of course, the driving force for our society. but that this should be achieved through linguistic distinction. Well, Lithuania of the 18th century, this was a state governed by some democratic principles. So we are by no means new young democracies, Grzegorz. In fact, we had traditions of a Commonwealth of the two nations, and we have also the pre-war Lithuanian state and the pre-war Polish state, where all political parties of all colors were represented in the parliament or almost all. And during years of Soviet occupation, where all the ministers were either relegated to gulags or then were allowed to come back to Lithuania, and we all knew how to identify them and how to talk to them, to the leaders of the independent Lithuania from before the war, and the sense that this Soviet authority has been only installed for us as a makeshift arrangement. We always had this conviction that they have not come here to stay. We will never be Soviets. There was, of course, the Catholic Church and the Catholic underground, the connections with the Vatican, and at the end, and we had also this sense of the tradition of cooperation, because back in the end of the 18th century, we signed the document of announcing like an engagement between the Lithuanian Duchy and the Kingdom of Poland. And Lithuania was a duchy. Poland was the kingdom, but this act of, in a way, betrothal or engagement meant that both Lithuania and Poland would govern together. Of course, Ukraine was not a part of this, which was a grave mistake of the Kingdom of Poland and the Duchy of Lithuania. We should really have invited them to be part of the Commonwealth, and likewise we should have invited Belarusia. Nevertheless, this mutual betrothal meant that both the Kingdom of Poland and the Duchy of Lithuania would work together, that 10% of all members of the government would be delegated from Lithuania, and 50% of commissioners and ministers would be delegated from the crown, from the Polish part of the Commonwealth. And this act of mutual betrothal should be really celebrated as a national holiday, day off on both sides, Poland and Lithuania. And this is May the 3rd. May the 3rd is a free day, and the day of mutual pledge and mutual betrothal between Lithuania and Poland was the 28th of October. So this should be celebrated as well as a national holiday on the two sides of the border, in Lithuania and in Poland. So the Western European history and the teething democracies they had poorly stand the comparison with the system that we ushered in through the constitution of the 3rd of May, through the activities of Emilia Plater, Tadeusz Kościuszko, and we must remember that back then those visionary people thought about us as the common European, Central European community, founded on democracies that were maturing for hundreds of years. So we were at the forefront of fighting for liberty and promoting democracy.
Thank you very much. We have just heard that there is a process underway in order for the 28th of October to be celebrated in both Poland and Lithuania as the day of the mutual pledge of both nations. In Central Europe, there are more nations that can actually say that they have a republican democratic tradition. This year we are celebrating a certain forgotten anniversary, and that is 800 years since Andrew II's document. Magna Carta was celebrated. It was 800 years since it was announced in England, and this was celebrated as a major international event. And this year, when we are celebrating a similar anniversary, so 800 years since this document, the Golden Bull, and this anniversary does not seem to be widely known, although these two documents were very similar, and they created a whole new foundation order of the state. One was in England, and I must say, and that's what I believe, but I would like to ask our panelists about it. They had slightly different sources or roots. So there was not so the flow of information back then in the 14th century was not so fast. It took longer for ideas to penetrate, but if within 7 years in two different parts of Europe similar events took place, they probably had slightly different historical sources or roots. So this is my question to Andrzej Dinesznody, who I think would like to say a few words, make some few opening remarks on the current situation.
Jonapot, dzień dobry, good day, and to Emanuelis Labadiena, I hope that viskas is gere in Lietuva. I wish to make a few opening remarks, and I promise I shall answer the question regarding the Golden Bull. But the fact that I'm a Hungarian here in Warsaw, I feel that jesteśmy w Warszawie.
But as we are in Warsaw, we are in Poland, this is why I would like to speak Polish.
In a beautiful but very difficult language. It's not Hungarian, don't worry, it's Polish. So I would like to kindly ask the guests who are not Polish to please put on your headsets. I will continue now in Polish. Będę kontynuować po polsku. Przepraszam, że góry pragnę...
I do apologize in advance. I speak only a little Polish, but as we are in Central Europe, in Poland, in Warsaw, this is why, out of respect, I will try to speak Polish. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. I would like to thank the Foundation and the Great Project Poland. I would like to thank the President Grzegorz Górny and Michał Łuczewski, the Deputy President of the Board, and his colleagues Eryk Malepszak, Anna Pasymowska, Damian Kowalski i Monika Skwarek-Seweryn. I would like to thank them for all the help I have received, and I would also like to thank the Polish-Hungarian Cooperation Institute named after Mr. Wacław Welczak. I am very sad that Director Maciej Szymanowski, a great friend of Hungary, is not here with us today. I would like to wish him all the best, and I do hope for his speedy recovery. I am very honored that Mr. Gaspar Kerestes is here. He recommended me as the speaker, so thank you very much, Gaspar. It is a great honor for me to be one of the panelists. For me, a young researcher studying Polish language and literature, this is an exceptional honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of the events that took place in Przewodów this week. I would like to express our heartfelt condolences, and as the Prime Minister of Hungary, Mr. Viktor Orban, said, Hungary is standing beside Poland, and quoting the President Katalin Polak, Hungary is standing beside Poland, arm in arm and hand in hand. I came from Hungary, and we have this old saying, and it's true. It's true, particularly in these very difficult times. Poland and Hungarian are two brothers, and today I'm wearing a symbol of Polish-Hungarian friendship. This flower, which in Hungarian is called nefelej. Nefelej in Hungarian means do not forget. We wear this symbol in order not to forget about our heroes who fought on the fronts of the First World War. And in particular, this wants to remind us about our greatest victory over Russian Tsars, the Battle of Limanova, between the 1st and the 13th of December 1914. It was a battle between Austro-Hungarian army and the Russian army 40 kilometers south from Kraków, near Polish town of Limanova. We will never forget the sacrifice of Polish soldiers of the 1st Brigade by Józef Piłsudski. He was the intellectual father of Intermarium and Trimarium. If Piłsudski and his 1st Brigade were not able to hold the front line, Hungary would have been conquered by Russia. This is why when Poles sing My Pierwsza Brygada, we Hungarians sing along. We have never forgotten this. This is why when you thought Poland was all alone in 1920, Hungary sent ammunition in order for Warsaw to be able to defend itself, and the famous Battle of Warsaw, the miracle on the Vistula River, was also successful. We were always your friends, and we will never desert you. You can always count on Hungary in the most difficult times. Poles said it very well, explaining how important Polish-Hungarian friendship is. Because when we quote the letter of Józef Wysocki from the Polish Legion, he wrote, "We fought with you, as you very well known, not as mercenaries, not for personal gain, but in the hope that our success and our participation in your success will become the basis for our further fight for Poland's independence. And without the independence of Poland, Hungary can never be independent." This memory of our presence on your land should always be kept in your noble hearts. This is the end of the citation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are walking together. We are two countries founded on love for independence. We are free, independent. We are part of the Three Seas Initiative. Europe is still alive when we are alive. Long live Poland, long live Hungary, long live Polish and Hungarian friendship and the Three Seas Initiative. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, let me add, long live Lithuania and long live Ukraine.
To może byśmy teraz tak...
Let us go back to the main axis for our panel, and that is the Republican and democratic tradition and constitutional tradition. Some historians date those back to the early 13th century. If you could refer to the Golden Bull of Andrzej II or Andrew II.
Golden Bull of 1222, we have to consider the fact that in Hungary we have centuries before that already evidence of parliamentarism. So when you look at the first parliamentary assembly recorded, attested to, evidenced, it's 1057. It's a very famous parliamentary assembly in Hungarian history. So if you consider that centuries before the Golden Bull, we already have evidence of parliamentary democracy, I think that answers the question. Are we young democracies? My answer to that would be, jestem młody, ale nie jesteśmy młodych demokracjami. I am young, but I don't think that we in Central Europe, particularly in Hungary, we are not young democracies. I completely agree with what you were saying, prefacing our discussion regarding how outside of our region we are many times talked down, and it is perceived as if we would have started learning democracy after 1989, as if that would be the threshold from which our region starts learning about democracy. But in fact, the reality is, and I'm sure the professor will have much more to share on this, outsiders have for centuries, going back to the Middle Ages, looked at our region as a beacon of democracy, a beacon of republicanism, a place where you can look at best practices. It's very clear that in the past centuries, during the period that our region was colonized and occupied by outside powers, these traditions were suppressed, these best practices were dismantled, and as a result of that, we have to do a great deal to reinforce through our education system pride in the fact that, for example, if we think of Lithuania and Poland, we have the Rzeczpospolita Obojga Narodów Polskiego i Litewskiego. I think this initiative is a fantastic one, and I commend the member of Sejmas for recommending it. We have to look back at our history with pride and realize the fact that in many cases compared to West Europe, North Europe, South Europe, we here in Central Europe, we have far deeper traditions in democracy than them. And we have to do this with pride, but at the same time understanding for them. They are still learning democracy. It's only been a few centuries that they have really engaged with the concept. They do not have such deep traditions as us. This is partly the reason why with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 centuries of democratic experience, they feel that they can talk back to us. But as you mentioned, this is the 800th anniversary of the Golden Bull of King Andrew II, passed in 1222. Whenever we hear such arguments about the flawed nature of our democracies, we should always shrug these off as essentially young democracies talking to elders in a disrespectful way.
Dziękuję bardzo. Takim państwem w Europie, gdzie szczególnie kwitnie stanowa.
The democracy was particularly flourishing in the particular place of Europe, and this was the democracy of certain states of Polish society. And that was the commonwealth of both nations, of Poland and Lithuania. Some people say that these democratic traditions were actually transferred to Poland through Louis II, because in Koszyce, in the Kingdom of Hungary, this is where those privileges were given. So can we say that all this goes back to the Golden Bull of 1222? Then it moved towards the north to the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. So does it come from Hungary, or are there other sources of this tradition? Professor? Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, President, for the invitation and for reminding us about this very important date. In 2014, we had an important event at the center of the Alexis de Tocqueville Center. In cooperation with Professor Rao, we organized a conference celebrating 800 years of Magna Carta. And there we had historians from Poland, Lithuania, Hungary and other Central European countries. And there we looked at the celebrations of documents equal to Magna Carta in our region. We prepared a publication, Magna Carta, Our Central European Perspective and Common Tradition of Freedom. That publication is from 2016, and it summarizes our conference of 2014. And so another very important document in our part of Europe is another date, and I remember that this Golden Bull is well remembered, and it was also something that we discussed during our meeting. So thank you very much that we are reminding people about these documents that are the source of our democratic and republican tradition, dating back to the times of feudal economy, and then going back to what was the very first inspiration and where the inspiration comes from. Well, Magna Carta, was it Magna Carta an inspiration for Golden Bull? Well, 7 years is quite a long time, and the circulation of information was there. It was possible, and our colleague from Hungary would probably tell us that there were contacts between English knights and Hungarian knights, and there was exchange of information, and 7 years is quite a long time. So when studying the development of this concept, and when we look at the development of thought and ideas, there is always some influence. However, people can come up with similar solutions when they find themselves in similar circumstances. So they could be independent, they could be inspired by one another, but would need to see the proof of this exchange of thought in order to claim that there was influence. We should also remember that before Louis, in the 13th century, in Cienia and Lutomysz, there were certain privileges granted to the knighthood, connected more with the fact of Poland being partitioned or actually fragmented into a number of smaller duchies. So there was this cross-influence, and when we look at the way relations with the elite of the society were regulated through granting certain freedoms or privileges, is this quite well established in literature, because when we look at the words in Polish, rokosz, for example, is a word that comes from Hungarian. And certainly There was also a mention of the Constitution of the 3rd of May, and it's in its article number 2, when we speak about the nobility, and we have to remember that the Constitution of the 3rd of May actually maintained this class division in the society, or the estates of the society. In the article, in the second article, there is a mention of the privileges and freedoms of the nobility. So when our tradition of freedom was formed, and Louis and his privileges are quite important here because they were general. And then we had the 15th century, the golden age of freedoms and privileges being granted to the nobility. For example, this year we are celebrating the privileges of Czerwin, then the ones from Krakow, very important. 1 week ago, I was present at the National Museum and I saw a very important exhibition of works of St. Luke's Brotherhood, and there were 7 works, 7 documents that were important for the history of Poland. Some of them were sent to New York and they were part of the exhibition. This exhibition was just before the Second World War. The documents remained in New York during the Second World War and were only recently returned to Poland. And the Krakow freedoms and privileges were one of the topics of this document. Unfortunately, this exhibition is no longer presented at the National Museum, but the granting of Krakow privileges was something that followed the Magna Carta, so neminem captivatis. So this was the personal immunity, the inviolability, and it is the very essence of the tradition of freedom in Europe. And we consider this an important element that was one of the building blocks of the tradition of freedom in Poland. These freedoms and privileges then evolved into the shaping of the model of the parliamentary system and what we then call the nihil novi document, which we call a constitution or a form of a constitution. So when we look at documents that are the early forms of the Constitution of Poland, and these are the Henrykov articles, next year we will have a celebration of 450 years since this document, and it was also a privilege, it was granting of certain privileges. So this tradition of a certain model of a contract between the population and the ruler when appointing a ruler, and when on top of that we have something that came from Italy, the great renaissance of the Republican tradition. So if we were to read Kadłubek, we would be able to find many of such elements. However, in the 15th and 16th century, it was very strongly present in Poland, and all these elements merged into a very interesting Republican model of a state. It was then evolving in terms of organization and doctrine, and our center, the Tocqueville Center, is currently carrying out a project of publishing the heritage of Polish-Lithuanian thought. Aaron Zarowski, for example, a professor of Vilnius University, was published as part of this project, and he was published recently in Lithuanian for the first time. So thank you so much for appreciating this very important thinker. And we can see what was the wealth, intellectual wealth of this doctrine and tradition. And the Constitution of the 3rd of May is one of the elements. So this influence was influence from one or direction, but not only. And then Hungary disappeared from the map, and then Poland developed separately.
One more person that should be invoked here is the Saint Jadwiga, who unites three nations, Hungary, Lithuania and Poland. And now going back to the 3rd of May Constitution, which was the crowning glory of a certain political process of democratization, it is worth recalling that back in 1789, the 3rd of May of Constitution was translated into English by the father of European conservatism, Edmund Burke, who published this constitution and offered his comments to it, where he sort of juxtaposed the French bloody revolution and the Polish-Lithuanian peaceful revolution. Because if we can imagine that there is like a paradigm in the Enlightenment in France, this will be guillotine and heads chopped off of spiritual persons, and in Poland this is the inaction of the 3rd of May Constitution and the procession of deputies to St. John's Cathedral to sing together Te Deum Laudamus. So it pinpoints to entirely different political traditions of France and of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because the second was able, they were too able to run this systemic revolution peacefully in a democratic way without bloodshed. And my question to Mr. Emanuele Zinger is, to what extent the memory of this common heritage, Polish-Lithuanian heritage, is alive and cited and revoked in Lithuania? Well, in English or in Polish, not good Polish, I will try to express myself. Well, Grzegorz, in the first place, I thank you very much for this incredible meeting, which sheds light on our common heritage, and now looking at the atrocious war for the freedom of Ukraine, this gains special significance. Now we are building together with the Ukrainians some rudimental tenets for the future. And the University of Lviv, of Kiev, and historians from the Ukrainian side are quite active in this effort. And 2 years ago, on our side, 3 years ago, we all met together in Lublin under the leadership of a speaker of a Polish Sejm, Marek Kuchciński. We put together a session about the heritage of the Lublin Union. This was the largest historical conference where Lithuania declared that the Union of Lublin heritage is absolutely politically approved of in Lithuania, and this is very important. This is very telling, because it means that the 500 years of being together and all the uprisings that were then started in the 19th century, invoking the tradition of the 3rd of May, are absolutely acceptable and palatable in Lithuania. And also the miracle on the Vistula River, well, this will be commemorated. This will be commemorated when we all look at the interbellum period. And also the heritage of King Stefan Batory and the university that was inaugurated by the King Batory, the Jesuit College and the University of Vilna, initiated by Stefan Batory. Well, it is universally known that Hungarians were present in Lithuania, and we have a very critical approach of liberum veto, and this democracy where non-democratic states like Russia could meddle in our democracies, and that the Polish and Lithuanian Seims and Dietines could be simply corrupted by the Petersburg and Moscow's envoys and agents of influence just to derail our legislative process, especially to derail investments into army of the Commonwealth. This goes without saying now. And we have some heroic personages. For instance, there is Tadeusz Kościuszko, who started his insurgency. On the other hand, we know who were traitors during the Polish-Lithuanian Sejm when it was in session and when it confirmed the partition of Poland. And now we are going fast track towards synchronization of a Polish-Lithuanian history. This is the effort in Lithuanian. I know that I will be also initiating the new initiative to put a statue to Emilia Plater in our park in Vilnius, and we know that Filarets and Filomats were also the tradition of Vilnius. When I was back in opposition, I also published an illegal publication, Filomaty, that was published underground in Vilnius and in Kaunas. And the years 90s and the assistance from Solidarity to Sojudis. Well, I was like a liaison officer between Solidarity and Sojudis, and many more people were there. There was Bronisław Geremek, there were other important people, and there were great posters. All effort goes to Lithuania now. And Lithuania was really targeted by all the evil forces for their effort to rebuild their independence in 1990. And then I went to Mr. Giedroyć, appealing his advocacy with the government of Tadeusz Mazowiecki, so that Poland should immediately resume diplomatic relations with Lithuania. And we were the first ones who, in this hideous Soviet gulag, not being part of Soviets and their evil empire, we said that the Soviet empire must be dismantled. And this was our own edition of Miracle on Vistula, the Miracle on Vilia in 1990, where we published 35 issues of publications in all possible languages of the region, in the Lithuanian, Armenian, Georgian languages, proposing that we should dismantle the power of the Soviets, that Moscow should be also dismantled. I was part of the negotiating table with Boris Yeltsin, and on the part of Gorbachev, Mr. Reshkov was delegated. And then 60,000 of Russians were willing to take part in this initiative, representing Boris Yeltsin. My friend Boris Nemtsov was simply murdered by Kremlin. So now what is left to us is to build our consolidated power in Central Europe, so that we overcome together, so that we together prevail. So Grzegorz, if I may, I would really like to thank Poland for those readiness to receive 4 million Ukrainians, where you simply took them to your own homes as if they were your family members. This is incredible. This is unimaginable. This means that Poland is the moral beacon for our region, because Poland is the most important country in this region, apart from the United States, in the struggle for the freedom of Europe that is now going on in Ukraine against Russia, who was the enemy we needed to confront for centuries and centuries. It is unbelievable how history is running in circles, and our historical legacy is now also a political science, something that brings us together. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the statement. It is also a very moving and touching statement. I see that Mr. Andrzej Dinisz would like to offer his comments.
On the thoughts shared by my co-panelists. And may I start with the professor who mentioned, for example, that the word rokos comes from the Hungarian word rákos, which was a field on which the Hungarian parlamentum, the parliamentary assembly, held its meetings. I think that's an interesting fun fact that young Poles could potentially learn in greater numbers in their schools. And also similarly, I'm very grateful to the member of Seimas for mentioning that István Báthori indeed was essentially, you could say, the initiator of a process that led to Vilnius University today existing. And as a young Hungarian visiting Vilnius and seeing this mentioned on a plaque, or going to the Lithuanian National Museum and seeing a huge fresco where it is written, István Báthori, the greatest of the Lithuanian Grand Dukes and King of Poland, being elected by Lithuanian noblemen. I think these are very beautiful gestures that we show to one another and which are not sufficiently popularized. Because I think that we are in our national silos when it comes to history. We look at it from our own national perspective, as it is rightfully so. At the same time, I feel that we need to do more to look at how our nation's histories are interlinked and see how we have influenced each other, inspired one another. And when we learn about great historical figures, for example, Otto Hermann in Hungary, I found out when I was in Lithuania and in Poland that it is remembered that he went to fight in 1863 in the January uprising, and this was an important fact that I did not learn of during the Hungarian primary and high school education system. These are very important links, because for young people, for them to imagine on their mental map of Europe who we are close to, who we should cooperate with, who we should visit, where we should go on holiday. These emotional, historical aspects, I think, are very important. But I completely agree with the member of Seimas that, of course, it is important to learn from history, but we need to focus on the present and the challenges that we face. And in this, may I add the following. From a Hungarian perspective, the 3 Cs initiative is immensely important. Of course, if we look at the raw facts, we can be proud because with 1.2 million square kilometers, we cover 29% of the territory of the European Union. When it comes to the number of citizens, it's 112 million currently, which in the European Union of 447 million citizens, it means that we, the 3 Cs initiative region, we cover 1/4 of the population of the entirety of the European Union. And yet, we currently produce 90% of the European Union's GDP, 19%. Clearly, in terms of our population, in terms of our size, something is amiss if the EU institutions are not working in our favor, if they are not being used in order to advance our interests. And it is very clear when we look at the infrastructure gaps, for example, that it is us, we, Lithuanians, Poles, Hungarians, who have to take matters into our own hands and build, for example, the Via Carpathia road network that goes from Lithuania through Poland, through Slovakia to Hungary. And it shows that we need to do much more in terms of our region to cooperate closely. At the same time, I have to mention, with respect to our Lithuanian guest, that from a Hungarian perspective, obviously, the Visegrad 4 cooperation is the single most important platform. And there again, I think we can be proud. If we think of the fact that together, combined, we are 68 million citizens. We are the 3rd largest entity in terms of population in the European Union. When it comes to our economies, we are the 5th largest economy in the European Union, the 12th largest economy in the world. I think that when we look back at our history, we can be proud. And as we look towards the future, we must be optimistic and see that we have strong foundations to build upon. And we must learn the correct lessons of history. We must debate more, discuss more. And here, again, if I may add, a Lithuanian conception of the Rzeczpospolita is, of course, different to the Hungarian version. In our view, from a Hungarian perspective, the great mistake of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was that the unanimity principle was not sufficiently adhered to. And by that I mean that in the current European Union, for instance, we very regularly hear from individuals who do not have the authorization or the democratic legitimacy to make such statements that they believe that a certain course of action is in the interest of the European Union, that it is the European position. When doing so, they do not consult first with our directly and democratically elected European Parliament, or the European Council, where our, again, democratically elected heads of state and government sit. And they say that a certain position is a European position, which we do not support in the European Council. So the approach to the Republic and also to the European Union, where we emphasize the veto, I think from the perspective of the historical region that we come from, is not necessarily the most accurate approach, because instead of veto, we should be talking about unanimity. Until there is unanimity, there is no common European position until the Hungarian government, the Lithuanian government, the Polish government says that they allow it through. That is when, together, combined, when we have unanimity, we can talk about a common European position. Until that happens, there is no European position. So it's not a veto that we should consider. It's the unanimity principle, that we speak as one, that we stand as one. And here again, I would like to agree with the member of Seimas. It is very important that we help the peoples of Ukraine in these trying times. We Hungarians are very proud of the fact that on a per capita basis, we have accepted the largest amount of refugees in the European Union. We are very proud of our Polish brethren who, of course, have accepted in terms of numbers, far greater number of refugees, and we must do more to help these people who are fleeing from a war-torn conflict.
Dziękuję bardzo. Tutaj
Thank you very much. Mr. Noti spoke about the great potential of our 3Cs initiative. This optimistic picture will probably be a little bit less positive if I were to mention the demographic problems. The fertility rates in our countries are dropping, and last week I read that in Nigeria more children were born in 1 year than in the whole of European Union or in the whole of Europe. So this is just one African country, and in this country more babies were born in the same period in 1 year than in the whole of Europe. So that's something that we should consider a source for concern. And when we talk about the history and when we think about publications of thinkers, of political thinkers, very often they refer to ancient Rome, to its solutions, to its principles. In Poland, however, most of the references were made to the republican tradition of ancient Rome. And when we look at the publications in Germany or in Russia, the references to Rome, to ancient Rome, were more often references of the Rome of Caesars. This is something that was pointed out not only by Edmund Burke, but also Alexis de Tocqueville, who is the patron of the center where Professor Marek Tracz-Tryniecki's work, the Political and Legal Thought Center. So if you could refer to the ideas of Alexis de Tocqueville, because I think they are still relevant today. Indeed. Over a dozen years ago, we had a series of visits by scholars studying Tocqueville in different parts of the world, and we published Tocquevillian Ideas, Contemporary European Perspective. This book was published in 2010-2012, and this was the basis or a foundation for our publication on Magna Carta. Well, first of all, most people associate Alexis de Tocqueville as the author of Paper on Democracy in America. But if we were to analyze his letters, his writings, his notes on his travels to Europe, to the United Kingdom, to Ireland, we see a very interesting idea of Europe. So while Europe was governed by kingdoms and also was creating these feudal states, and we have to remember that the Russian threat was something that united Europe, and Tocqueville was very clear about this one in his capacity as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And he saw two important divisions. One of these divisions was along the following line, dating back to the end of 16th, beginning of the 17th century, when most of the European countries introduced absolute rule. So the decision-making power was very much top-down, with very limited freedoms from the past feudal times. And this had impact on the freedom of citizens, of the residents of those countries. And Tocqueville studied this using the example of France, which is not a surprise. He was French. And he also wrote a paper about the 18th century France pre-revolution and the changes that they were taking place. But those changes were top-down. This is why I believe the democratic revolution started before the French Revolution, but it was a very much top-down process. But there was also the Europe of absolute rulers with a lot of bureaucracy and many restrictions to freedom. However, he said that on the map of Europe there are some exceptions, and one of the exceptions that he considered particularly interesting was England, the United Kingdom. He described England on the path to absolute rule during the Tudor times, and then how this process reversed. But then he mentioned two other nations. He was writing in the second half of the 19th century. He spoke about Poland and Hungary. And from these countries, he expected them to stay true to the spirit of freedom. When he traveled to America during the November uprising, he was greeted very enthusiastically by the citizens of the United States who supported the uprising very strongly. They praised Poles who fought for their freedom. They even funded some material which unfortunately did not arrive before the fall of the uprising. So he was quite aware of the Polish tradition. So when he wrote about democratic tradition in the United States, he made certain comparisons between electing a president in the United States and electing kings in Poland. So he was presenting Poland as a continent with a tradition of absolute rule, with some exceptions of Poland, Hungary, and he spoke about Hungary during the Spring of the Nations. So he could see this very clearly. So this was the line of division in Europe that he noticed. There is also another line that he recognized when he studied Ireland.
This phenomenon is also present in the Polish debate, the phenomenon that could be called the internal colonization. This was seen based on the Irish people. He noted that in Europe there are many nations and communities who formed local independent centers in the past, in Middle Ages, and then there was like an internal colonization process, the process described by Professor Hechter, and in line with what Tocqueville wrote about Ireland. And in the situation of subordination, we had this mirror situation where, for instance, the whole process of defending oneself in a criminal trial became the very abusive process for the Irish. Also, mind you, Ireland suffered from the potato famine, from all other repressions, and this is a very typical situation of a nation who has been internally colonized. We had the same with Silesia in Poland, and the Tocqueville, next to this division of Europe into the two parts, where there is one was a freedom-oriented part, and the other was absolutism part that experienced absolutism. He imposed on it the second division line. Europe, which creates metropolis, and Europe's where former metropolis were changed into provinces. In the Polish 16th and the 17th political thought, this was clearly recognized, also discussing the golden bulla offered to Hungary. And in the 17th century, people were saying that for the existence of Poland, it is very important to have Hungarians and Czechs. But once they were absorbed by the Habsburg Empire, it is dire situation. The Czech people hardly speak any Czech. They have been incorporated and they lose their independence and identity. This is not only the observation from Tocqueville. This was present in the idea of Andrzej Maximilian Fredro, for instance, in the 17th century. Yes, thank you very much. I think that those two dividing lines offered and proposed by de Tocqueville are present also in the present-day constitutional tradition of our countries. If we read thoroughly into the preambles of the constitutions of Poland, Hungary, Lithuania, and the Czech Republic, there is an invocation there of the medieval political traditions related to constitutionalism, republicanism, and the constitution for individual estates. There is also an indication to the independence fighting throughout the 19th century and at the beginning of the 20th century. So this is all invoked in the preambles of the constitutions in this part of Europe, and this is absent from other preambles of other constitutions. So this is our joint historical memory that brings us together, something that so aptly described de Tocqueville. However, there is a very meager realization of his legacy in the West. For instance, the European House of History, erected in Brussels, well, it has a chain of rooms, exposition rooms, and our region of Europe does not exist. There is one mention about Poland in a negative context, about other countries of a Trimarium. There is no mention whatsoever. So we have been treated as if we were Asians, as if we never belonged to Europe. It's like Metternich. He said that when he looks down from his window in his palace, all that he can see is Asia, because he was living at the outskirts of Vienna. So how should we prevent such perceptions from being formed, how to make the Western European acknowledge that we are not young democracies, that we have the credit of much longer and richer republican constitutional democracies that the other Western countries have no idea about. This is the question to Emanuele Zingeris. Well, thank you very much, Grzegorz. Thank you for getting us together to discuss this subject. I would say that these are important questions, and
nie tylko przeciwstawić, no wziąć wszystko, co związane z demokracją zachodniej.
I must say that our legacy is entirely different than that of Western European communities. For instance, we had this Magdeburg rights and privileges of a city. So if a city was founded on Magdeburg rights, then its inhabitants were free people, they were not slaves. And if we go along this direction, we will see that in Western Europe, this history was different, and the division line is not so much geographical but political. I would say that countries of Central and Eastern Europe plus Ukraine, in that sense, are part of Western Europe, meaning that we together opposed our common enemies, the Ottoman Empire and then Russian Empire, and then Bolshevik Russia. My grandmother once told me, recalling the pre-war times of free Lithuania, that Russia might have been West, but it opted out to be the East. We, however, we are parts of a Western culture. You, Grzegorz, you mentioned that the natality in our part is falling, and that in Nigeria in 1 year more babies are born than all across the European continent. Well, I am a father of 2 children, and I would say that the drama is not about the natality rates in Africa. My mother was in Stuttgart and she saw children sent to gas chambers. So, in a way, any birth of any life is a welcome fact. Only the problem is that from the French or German perspective, it is difficult to realize that Warsaw, Vilna or Budapest, we are still Western countries and Western cultures. And it was more eagerly recalled where we were deprived of our independence under communism. For us, it is very important to recall 2 things. The first fact that the heart of Marshal Pilsudski has been buried in Vilnius. It matters a lot. And the second thing, that you stood up against the Bolshevik invasion in 1920s, and there was this miracle on the Vistula River, so you stood up for democracy and freedom and liberties. And looking at the independence fighting that is going on in Ukraine, looking at our cooperation, looking at the refuge that we have offered to Mrs. Tichanowska, who was duly elected to be president and is in exile, and the fact that you have accommodated so many refugees from Ukraine, it all speaks volumes. We do apologize. Our connection with between Warsaw and Vilna has been interrupted by, I do hope that soon it will be restored. Because indeed, Mr. Emanuele Zingeris invoked a very interesting situation right now. This is about Belarus. Belarusians are also heirs of the great legacy of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of the two nations, and the part of opposition who are against Lukashenko, they very often invoke the common legacy that we have, the legacy of a Commonwealth of the two nations. Since the connection was lost and we don't know when it's going to be restored. We can see you back, Professor. So, we had some small interruption. Would you please continue? Would you please continue in the same vein? Well, as I spoke about Suwałki, yes, Suwałki, and about Belarus, and Kaliningrad Oblast, which must be demilitarized, and it must be deprived of any assault capacities, because this is like 100 kilometers enclave that separates Poland and Lithuania. Kaliningrad, which now has nuclear power, nuclear capacities, it is the center of concentration for Russian troops. Also, Belarus is another launching pad for the Russians to engage Ukrainian targets. And through the Suwałki Gap, we can do our best to fend off any designs on us, on the part of Russia, on the part of Kaliningrad Oblast, and also to fend off the risk of escalation in Belarus, because Belarus is virtually occupied now by the Russian forces as if part of Russia. So we have this Suwałki Gap, and we could make sure that we will release the Kaliningrad Oblast from the Russian presence. And looking at what the Polish state is doing right now, building the fence on the border, we do the same. We do the same. And the guarantee provided by Poland, Lithuania, and the NATO power should be solid. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our shared historical legacy in Central Europe and the awareness that we are cradles of democracy because of Magna Carta, because of Brandenburg rights and privileges to the cities, and also expressed by our constitutional traditions, and the fact that we have been also closely related with the Nordic states, and we are also associated by our location on the Baltic Sea. This all brings us to believe that we can oppose Putin's dictatorship. Thank you for offering me this further reassurance, that very solidarity. It is not Lithuania, it is not Poland, it is not Hungary, it's the United States, but all of us added together, founded on our historical legacy. Well, this should be of paramount importance, especially nowadays. Thank you very much, Moderator, Grzegorz, all dear friends who have joined to be with us today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Andras Denesz Niagi.
For your comments, Member of Seimas. If I could just add to that message. Indeed, as you mentioned, we face significant challenges in this century. To put it into numbers, by the end of this century, so at the beginning of the 22nd century, in 2100, when our children and grandchildren will be growing up, according to the figures of the United Nations, the population of Central Europe will decrease by 31% if we persist on our current course. This is the demographic decline that we face unless we change the current paradigm, unless we shift the course of history. And I think we are capable of it. And you mentioned the importance of mentioning our historical constitutions within our current modern-day constitutions. I completely agree. That is why, although we celebrate the 800th anniversary of the Golden Bull of 1222, we also celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Fundamental Law of Hungary, which is our modern-day constitution. And in it, it says, I quote, "We honor the achievements of our historic constitution. We hold that the protection of our identity, rooted in our historical constitution, is a fundamental obligation of the state." At the same time, may I agree with the member of Seimas that I think we need to approach our history in a more inclusive way. For instance, when we consider the Golden Bull, we can be proud together as the peoples of the Carpathian Basin that the ancestors of Slovaks, Ukrainians, Romanians, Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Austrians also participated in this great historical process. And so too I applaud the initiative going on in Lithuania to recognize your historical achievements by involving Ukrainian national memory, Belarusian national memory, Polish national memory. And we need to strengthen this type of approach, the more inclusive type of approach to our histories. And if I may just add about the importance of history, I think no discussion in Poland by a Hungarian can end without a mentioning of Pope Saint Paul II. It was very important to us Hungarians, and he said in 1991, on August 19th, when he visited Hungary, the following, quote, "Be strong, reconnect with the history of this continent, don't crawl behind and grovel to be accepted, but come forward as the bearers of the great European tradition of Christian origin. Do not wait for others to take care of you. Be enterprising, be generous." So let us be generous with those who think that we are young democracies. In 2057, we will celebrate the 1000th anniversary of the great Parlamentum Assembly in Hungary. When we will be there, I hope we will gather together and have a discussion about how potentially West Europe and North Europe and South Europe, as well as East Europe, can learn from Central Europe. Dziękuję Ci bardzo. Nagyon szépen köszönöm.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie doktorze.
Well, thank you very much. Over to you, Doctor. Well, actually, when it comes to improving the situation, we can speak about two things, the hard power and the soft power. We spoke a lot about economy, the military, and I'm not competent, and Mr. President Gurne also spoke about the very important problem of the demographics, but I would like to refer to the soft power. The second Commonwealth, the Second Republic of Poland sent the exhibits of the Brotherhood of St. Luke to the United States, presenting the achievements of Polish history, starting with the year 1000, concluding by presenting the Constitution of the 3rd of May. Regardless of what we think about this Constitution, I mean, we do not think that it was fully democratic and not as democratic as we would wish to, but it was a certain idea, a certain attempt to increase the soft power of Poland, because we promoted our vision of history of Poland in other countries before the Second World War. So speaking about our tradition of freedom, let us begin by referring to Tocqueville and Professor Thomson, those countries that lost its independence, that were colonized and lost control over their own images. And this bears very serious consequences until today. Over a dozen years ago, I stopped studying Tocqueville. I focused more on the Polish political thinking. And of course, Andrzej Maksymilian Fredro, a classic thinker of the 17th century, is less known than Alexis de Tocqueville. So we should do more to learn about our thinkers. A lot was done for the 16th century, for the 18th century, but the 17th century was somehow neglected. And now, are we aware of the thinkers from this period that were Czech, Hungarian? Well, I think the answer is quite obvious here. And when I carry out my studies, I find out that those disputes were very intellectually enlightening, very lively. For example, there was a debate on the feudal structure of the Polish state between Fredro and Papczyński. And this debate was something I discovered and had not been known, because Papczyński came from the lower classes and he proposed for the system to be democratized from the bottom up, and Fredro agreed democracy is good, but they had different approach, and these are things we only discover now, 350 years later. So maybe we should look into our archives to learn more about the traditions in our countries, in our region. And then similarly to the Second Republic with Professor Ruszkowski of the Brotherhood of St. Luke, who was attempting to present our tradition in a beautiful way, and we should follow in his step, in his suit. I wrote an article with an American co-author who, when he discussed Andrzej Maksymilian Fredro and his vision of Henry's articles, which was the early attempt to establish a constitution in Poland, he referred to American experience and certain aspects of American tradition. We received a positive review, but conclusion was interesting. At the end, what an exceptional story. A provincial Polish thinker anticipated solutions adopted by the fathers of the American Constitution in the 18th century. So it may sound funny, but the serious conclusion is that if we do not make sure that we nurture and present and promote our tradition, no one is going to do it. So this is the way we can build our soft power, which is necessary to build the hard power. And let me conclude by
soft power.
Giving you, presenting you a story about soft power and how the British do it. A week ago, I watched a Hollywood movie, and there was one scene about the announcement of Magna Carta on a field, and on one hand, the knights were gathered, and on the other side, the King of England was standing, and in between, there was a man who was conducive, or who made it possible for them to agree. And it was Robin Hood by Russell Crowe. So this is the soft power, and something that we can learn to use more effectively. So thank you very much. I would like to thank all the participants. We shall now have an hour's break for lunch. Indeed, thank you very much. It is my duty to announce the break. I would like to thank the panelists. Well, a bit less than 1 hour, 50 minutes, and I shall see you back in this room at 3 p.m.
Get started. This will be a way to attract people to the room. We have two panels in store for us. The Central Europe seen through the eyes of the West. This is going to be a very interesting and conclusive panel to sum up the first Congress of Trimarium. But first, evolution of a Trimarium initiative, infrastructure and geopolitics. Taking stock of 7 years, what is ahead of us? Well, the moderator of this panel will be very well-known person to you, the MEP, Professor Zdzisław Krasnodębski, member of the programming board of Wielki Projekt. Let me, without any further ado, hand over to you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for the invitation. I was so pleased to speak to colleagues, to Mr. Lachodyński, who is from Austria, who saw this exhibition and to whom I was able to relate our many years activities. I'm happy to see that this is growing and I'm happy that it is not only Poland that is the grand project that we work on continue to work on, but also Europe and also Trimarium. Since
Ktoś mógłby podać słuchawki panu?
Would you please be so good and pass on a set of headsets to Mr. Lachodyński.
To będzie też panel, w którym
This is also going to be a panel where we will have two participants online. So let me briefly introduce my panelists. Online we will be joined by Mr. Ivars Iaps, MEP from Latvia. Quite recently we were together on a mission to Portugal. This was a very interesting experience. Then we will have Dr. Bogdan Żońca, also my colleague, fellow MEP, and Professor Krzysztof Szczerski, representative of the Republic of Poland at the United Nations, and Mr. Otmar Lachodyński from Austria, who has been the president of Association of European Journalists, ENG, and we are going to speak, as suggested, about the infrastructure and geopolitics, but the membership here also suggests that this should be placed in the context of the European Union, because the Free Seas Initiative has been so far uniting member states of the European Union. So let's speak about the perception of a Free Seas Initiative and prospects of development. Also, I'm honored that Commissioner Kadri Simpson kindly decided to address us to start with. So let's start the panel by her short presentation. Kadri Simpson, she is in charge of energy policy within the European Commission. We all know how important energy is today. This is one of the topics that is ever present on the minds of the European Commission. We are confronted with major energy crisis that we want to overcome. This is also related to the heavy dependency on energy supplies on Russia. So can we see Madam Commissioner, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Brussels. Thank you very much to Honourable Member of Parliament, Mr. Krasnodębski, for inviting me to speak to you today. The current energy crisis threatens our climate goals and energy security all at once. The ripple effects of the Russian aggression in Ukraine in recent months has demonstrated that we are too reliant on a supplier who uses energy as a political weapon. Each member country faces a different energy challenge in this new context, but working collectively can enhance our energy security. Coordination is now more important than ever, and the 3 Cs initiative is an excellent way to improve that. With our Repower EU plan, we have created a blueprint to remove Russian fossil fuels and influence from our energy system as soon as possible. Diversification, energy savings, and boosting renewables, these form the 3 main pillars of our plan. Infrastructure will mean the difference between success and failure of the plan. Our aim is to replace 50 BCM of Russian gas with LNG from other suppliers and 10 BCM with additional pipeline supplies. Your region has been hugely dependent on Russian gas, and it is clear that the biggest challenge would be to meet demand in Central and Eastern Europe, but also in the northern part of Germany, if Russian gas imports cease. And infrastructure is going to be key for energy security, for these countries in particular, but also the wider EU. A number of key projects either have been completed or are in their works. Projects such as the Kipple interconnector between Poland and Lithuania, the interconnector Poland-Slovakia, the Baltic Pipe, and imminent completion of the expansion of the Svino-Jussiel LNG terminal, but also the foreseen enhancement of the interconnector between Lithuania and Latvia, and the enhancement of the Inčukalns underground storage. And this year, there have been a remarkable increase to gas transmission capacity coming online in the 3 Seas region, almost 20 billion cubic meters. The region has benefited from the greatest extent of grants from the Connecting Europe facility for energy. More than 2 billion euro has been committed to the projects in the 3 Seas region. All of these projects mean newer, better supply routes. In the longer term, our assessments show that the region around the Baltic Sea would benefit from the development of a second LNG terminal in Poland, in Gdansk, which is a project already in our 5th list of projects of common interest. This could alleviate any additional needs of the Baltic states by freeing up capacity in the Klaipėda LNG terminal in Lithuania. The infrastructure project list of the 3 Seas initiative complements well the significant work done at the EU level. And I hope that the same will be said in terms of funding. The initiative could help member states fully phase out Russian gas and oil by helping to mobilize private capital. This can be geared towards both alternative supply routes and for investments in renewable energy. Aside from gas, electricity is also an area of security concern because the Baltic states are the last member states with grids still dependent on third countries. Synchronization with the European continental grid is a priority, one that will be completed at the latest by the end of 2025. And when it's in place, it will create a more secure energy system as well as increasing renewables uptake in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the impact of Russia's action affects some more than others, but it is key that we work together in the best way possible. As I see it, infrastructure is a key driver helping us to do that and to reach a safe, secure and resilient energy system. I hope this gives you a good basis for your discussions today. Thank you.
No, dziękujemy pani komisarz za to nagranie. Muszę powiedzieć, że zawsze bardzo dobrze mi się współpracowało. Między innymi na początku tego roku skończyliśmy takie negocjacje dotyczące właśnie sieci.
With Madam Commissioner, this year we finished the negotiations on trans-border connections. Madam Commissioner was very much interested in what is going on. She also pinpointed the changed context, the context of a warfare which profoundly changes EU policy, also our geopolitical thinking. So let me start the panel by handing it over to Mr. Bogdan Rzońca, MEP, because you are our key specialist, you are a coordinator in our political group. in the budget committee, and you handle budget problems, budget challenges. And we know that this new situation at hand is changing and transforming EU economic policy. There are new funds made available. There is ongoing discussion how to handle the impacts of the war. The energy policy is changing. Madam Commissioner mentioned a number of projects that will have bearing on our region and EU as a whole. So a question to Dr. Żońca, if I may. How these changes are going to impact the future of a Free Seas initiative, and how to secure proper and viable funding to this initiative so that it truly could satisfy the ambitious goals that have been inscribed. Over to you, Mr. Żońca, MEP. 10 minutes, if you may. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor, for having me. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about this unique project, the Free Seas Initiative, a very complementary project as compared to any other positive projects launched in the European Union, also towards the European Union. Mind you, the Free Seas Initiative is not against the European Union, just the opposite. Its purpose is to make the European Union and European member states a more competitive, viable place, also the better place to live for the citizens. The Free Seas Initiative has identified very simple goals for itself: to secure better cooperation, trans-border cooperation among stakeholder states, that the energy systems, and mind you, we had those grids before the war broke out. And back then, the founding fathers of Trimarium identified problems of certain loopholes in energy systems, and the authors of the Free Seas initiatives planned ahead to build interconnectors in the transmission grids for gas, for crude oil, and for electricity. And this is important. Trimarium is also needed from another perspective, because this is like the reorientation of certain developmental directions in the European Union. Normally, there was this predominant west-east axis for obvious reasons, and the Free Seas Initiative gives us other suggestions how to interconnect the north with the south. The suggestion for the infrastructure to create the famous Via Carpathia, something that has committed countries from Greece up to Klaipėda in Lithuania, and also Turkey that is very much interested in promoting this European corridor. Next year we will have a review of the TNT network, and perhaps this Via Carpathia corridor will be one of trans-European networks. But we also want to promote railway and aviation connections, another area that was identified. That future will depend on digitization. These areas, infrastructure, road infrastructure, railway infrastructure, waterways, energy systems, digitization. These are the priorities that will not meet opposition in the European Union. However, the war in Ukraine has complicated a number of issues. For instance, Brexit has happened even before the war. As a result of this, the European Union budget is 10% smaller. There is less money to share. Then we had COVID, pandemic crisis, energy crisis, and now we have a whole series of events in the European Union which as a result suggests that the European Union will need to borrow money from the outside. Never before was the European Union so heavily indebted as it is now. Even the New Generation Fund, well, this was borrowed money. As of January 2027, the money will need to be paid back. In the Eurozone, we see some symptoms of recession. The ECB is increasing interest rates. The package of 800 billion has funds for grants and for lending, but there is a great caution. Not everyone is happy to lend money. Countries are quite conservative because they realize what may happen in a few years' time when you will have to pay back. So if we take the Three Seas initiative context, undoubtedly all the generous and noble plans, investment plans and blueprints, provided that by 2030 the GDP of the Three Seas initiative countries should grow by 35%. 1.17 billion euros should be investments attracted by the Trimarium. And it was also expected that private investors would be more and more drawn into this project. And since there is little money in the EU budget left, there will be less money to make available to Trimarium countries. So it is very good that private investors are interested and want to tap the investment opportunity on the ground. This opens up major investment possibilities. Experts say that the Trimarium project will be crowned with success and we will manage to catch up if 60% of investments will be funded by private market and 40% will be only funded by other countries. And also crisis will make it necessary to reduce the structural assistance and other forms of aid coming from the European Union. But this does not release us from all the obligation to work to gain support for this project, given its massive potential, because new quality in transportation policy, in energy policy, this is the need that is universal for the whole of the European Union, not just Three Seas countries. And we have very good examples of private investments. Quite recently, an American fund channeled their funds through the Trimarium fund, and it was hoped that some 5 billion euro would be raised in the Trimarium fund, and it would have certain funds to be made available on the scale of 30 million euros yearly. Now we hear that at least 60 billion euro investment into Trimarium is needed if we want this part of Europe to catch up with the West. However, this must be stated quite clearly. The Three Seas countries stand before a unique opportunity. I don't have any recent data, but before the war, the Three Seas market was an emerging market, the market where economic growth was by far higher than in other developed countries. Two important indices, institutional stability and effectiveness of governance, translate into good rate of return into Three Seas countries. So investments into Trimarium should be secure and should yield more and more profit. This is a very important piece of information for all investment markets. So if we compare Three Seas countries to the Asian tigers from the 80s and 90s, this is a very good starting point for our journey into the future. Obviously, there are more and more problems because of the warfare. It has shaken bilateral relations. Well, in the Free Seas initiatives we have both Hungary and other states and some of the Balkan states. And the question is how much consent is solicited within the Free Seas initiative. This agreement and this sense of consent will be a massive opportunity for the Free Seas initiative, because in the Free CI we have lower costs of production, lower costs of salaries, especially in IT and in digital technologies. We have very good examples where certain companies invest into Trimarium. If you were close to the Rzeszów airport, look at the companies that invested there. Borg-Warner, LTU. We were selling land as construction sites to those companies, and now these investments attract engineers from the Rzeszów University of Technology. The same goes and is true about aviation industry. So Rzeszów records the very high growth of FDIs. What is a great opportunity for Free CIs is that the waterways in the 3 CIs are by 30% more easily available than waterways in Germany, but 60% of goods travel by waterways in Germany than in all countries of 3 CI taken together. So we need to invest. We need to invest in waterways, in motorways, in railroads. We need to invest into our storage capacities, also green energy storage capacities. I'm almost closing to the end, Professor. What is also important is the improvement of our infrastructure in terms of transmission. Traditional energy transmission and green energy transmission. Here there are also niches available. There are untapped possibilities. I think that investments into green energy make sense. They will never replace traditional energy generation, but they may act complementarily. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I would like to now address Minister Professor Krzysztof Szczerski. He was one of the members of our programming council before he moved to New York, and before being Poland's representative to the United Nations, he was also a minister, President's Chancellor. We know that President Trump was very supportive of the 3 Seas initiative, and what is the current situation? MEP Żońca spoke about many political aspects. Some people say, and maybe this is just a journalistic statement, that the war changed the focus of the European Union and shifted it more towards the East. Professor, what it is like? Let us speak about the political and geopolitical aspects of this initiative. Is there more interest in this initiative? Have we seen this shift towards the East, or is it just a premature journalistic statement that has little to do with the reality? Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I am very happy to be able to join you from New York. Let me speak about 3 things in my introductory statement. I will try to respond to your question. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has shown once again, or has demonstrated to the world once again, how important our region is from the point of view of security. And one of the members, permanent members of the Security Council of the United Nations is an aggressor, is a state that started a war of aggression. So these events had to resonate and they had to have impact on the global politics. So the circumstances are tragic, but we were able to demonstrate how important we are. This war has a global dimension. It may be restricted in terms of its geographical locations, but consequences of this war are global. Consequences for economies, for markets, for energy prices, for food crisis, and it impacts so many different countries and also relations between countries. And the consequences of this war will be very long term. They will also impact the world order, provided that we are able to restore world order, because right now we have this imbalance, and the mechanisms that were to ensure the world order or to secure the world order no longer function and no longer guarantee this order. And this is because of the fact that the country that is conducting this war of aggression has the right to veto any decisions or resolutions taken at the level of the UN Security Council. So this region is one of the key regions right now when it comes to the global politics and global strategies. This also shows how important Poland is. MEP Żońca knows it very well, as he comes from the region of Podkarpacie. So the main hub for supplies, the whole line of supplies in terms of military, humanitarian, goes through Rzeszów, through Podkarpacie. So we also have to remember that our eastern border has been under attack for over a year, and we have demonstrated that we are able to protect it, and the crossing of this border or moving into the territory of Poland would mean that the aggressors are crossing another red line. So it's not only the region has gained importance, but also Poland is now perceived as a country that can secure supplies for Ukraine, and this is a safe and reliable country. So the recent events near Hrubieszów have demonstrated how fragile is the situation, and how soon the security guarantees may be in play, and how important it is to make sure that we do not allow for the situation to escalate. So from geopolitical point of view, our region has once again demonstrated that it is of key importance. And another thing that is also important and has also been mentioned by MEP Żońca, the 3Cs initiative is very important from the point of view of feeling of identity of our region. Each group of countries needs to understand how they want to define themselves. Each region needs to decide what they want to be. So we have to overcome and we have to remove this outdated label of being new member states of the European Union or new democracies. This is no longer true. Well, it was actually not true from the beginning. We were new member states, but this should not have impacted policies towards us. We are no longer new member states, and we are certainly not young democracies. So who are we? And I believe that the best answer to that is that we are the 3Cs countries. So this could be an element of a positive identity of our region. So we can start to publish statistical information for our region. the information that MEP Jońca has mentioned, because we can present that our region is a common area of dynamic growth, enormous investment potential, and stable economies with great investment needs, but at the same time offering great opportunities, both in terms of private and public sector. So being part of the Three Seas region can be an important element of our identity. So we do not want to be labeled as new member states and young democracies of countries with problematic democratic systems. And this is not true. And this puts us in a very difficult situation if we are labeled as such. So if we are labeled in this way, we should respond by presenting our own self-identity, our own label. So when we work in the United Nations and when we work in the United States, we try to promote an intellectual concept of underlining the importance of infrastructural investments in the process of building resistance to security threats. So IT is very important. It was considered an element of development policy. And of course, when we speak about development, we have a lot of competition. There are countries that are poorer in Latin America, not to mention Africa or Far East. There are countries that need development policies. Poland is considered a country that should be a donor rather than a beneficiary, because we are perceived as part of the wealthy West that has responsibilities towards other regions. But if we consider infrastructure and investment as investment in resistance, the resistance against the loss of supply chains post-COVID, or resistance against aggression, then we can be credible in saying that we need support, we need investment, because this contributes to global resistance against shocks. So we can contribute to global resilience. So this global resilience against shock would be greater if investments were made. So we can draw our conclusions from the loss of continuity of supply chains, from the war in Ukraine, how poor the global resilience is. And of course, the tension between China and Taiwan shows it very clearly, because most of the semiconductors go through Taiwan in terms of chips that are being produced there. So we can say that investing in our region is a way to contribute to global resilience. So positive self-identification, positive building of a positive identity, and replacing old, outdated labels. When we work in the United Nations, we know that we need to look for allies not just in Europe, but maybe even more outside of Europe. So I can see more interest in this region from the global business, from global corporations. So when in New York, I try to speak also to corporations, to global business, trying to promote Poland and our region. Thank you very much. And let me now ask about the Latvian perspective. So Mr. Iabs, who is a political scientist, could you tell us what is the importance of this initiative for Latvia? What programs, what aspects are the most important from the point of view of Latvia? Because on one hand, Latvia has many connections with the Nordic countries, with Sweden, also with Germany. On the other hand, there is the Russian threat. So I suppose that this initiative has some impact on cooperation with these natural partners of Latvia, the Nordic countries and Germany. So what are the most important aspects of the 3Cs initiative for Latvia, and how does it impact cooperation with such partners as Germany and Sweden and such opponents as Russia? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be with here this evening and to share my views on the 3Cs initiative. And I think that just like the two previous speakers, of course, I have to say that the Ukrainian situation and the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine has changed many things also in terms of urgency, in a sense that we all knew that we need more investment in energy infrastructure, in interconnections, in renewables, and so on and so forth. But we didn't think about it as a very urgent thing because a lot of things had to be done alongside, and so on and so forth. Right now, of course, what we are experiencing is that we miss some homework which should have been done before the Russian war in Ukraine. And I think that this, first of all, goes for energy, because we have been talking sometimes a lot about energy independence in Latvia, and just like in other two Baltic countries. But there are still interconnections missing, for example, in terms of electricity. Where there is still no interconnection, which is in the process of being built, but there is still no interconnection of high capacity between Latvia and Estonia. And in that sense, of course, also I should say, the flagship project of also 3Cs initiatives is Rail Baltica, which is being built, and we all knew, and right now this is also an important point, that this railway is not just about passenger or freight trains being brought from Helsinki to Warsaw, but this is also about military mobility. Because right now the situation has changed, and this is what we experience in a very urgent way. And in that sense, I think that this is what the Baltic countries and Latvia, we share with Poland, this common threat perception, because we have a much more realistic approach to the Russian threat than probably some of our partners further to the west. And in that sense, there is a lot to be done still in terms of interconnection, in terms of energy independence. For example, we appreciate also what the Polish government has been recently doing regarding the nuclear stations. Well, I think that the Baltic countries should look very much to the same direction, which would also increase a field for cooperation in this region. But as for the general approach, I think that right now we are in a very urgent situation because we are in the middle of war, and we have to do everything to help Ukraine win. After that, of course, we will be thinking about involvement of Ukraine in the 3Cs initiative, including, by the way, in the energy infrastructure, because we all know that the Russian terrorist state is targeting the Ukrainian energy infrastructure, and this is where we, as neighbors of Ukraine, should have been involved with in the reconstruction when the time comes, hopefully rather soon. But if we look at your initial question, Professor, about the Latvian perspective, I think that we have many things in common, including the things that those goals of the European Union, like cohesion and convergence, are still very much on the table as a long-term goals for this organization to be sustainable, to be capable to exist for prolonged periods of time. Because, of course, this is an organization which should think more about practical results in terms of convergence and cohesion. And this is where the 3 C's initiative comes into play, because we all know that structural funds, which have been flowing to our countries during the last 18 years, at least, from our EU accession, they are going to decrease in the nearest future, just because, of course, all countries are getting richer, and also there are much more different needs of the EU, which means that in order to keep investment in the infrastructure, we will have to attract more private investment in infrastructure, because the public money, especially the EU money, which has been an important source of investment, is going to decrease. It's not going to cease to exist, no, but it's going to be less. And in that sense, this is our task also in the European Parliament to work on projects of attracting private investment, especially strengthening this north-south line where the dear colleague MEP Jonza was talking about before. And well, I think that all those projects that are being covered in these 3 branches of 3 C's initiative, meaning energy, transport, and digital, they are going to be extremely relevant. I think that projects like this 5G cross-border transport corridor, which is along the Baltic countries, but nevertheless, I'm very happy that also Poland is taking part in that project. I think this is a direction where we should all look, because there will be a lot of need for investment, because we all know the problems. Almost all 3 C's initiative countries, probably except Austria, we have been experiencing this absolutely stupid communist economic and investment policy during half a century or so, which means that there are still a lot of outdated and lacking infrastructure in our region to be built. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this Latvian perspective. I teraz już pan wspomniał o Austrii.
And now we have mentioned Austria. Let us hand it over to Austria. Austria is a new member of European Union, so to say, although they acceded some years ahead of ourselves and Latvia. And also Austria is the country where the Red Army has reached to. That's why there is like a leftover monument in the center of Vienna. But I want to ask you the following. In Austria, in the 80s, there was a very strong development of the Mitteleuropa Council by Erhard Busek, by Emil Brix. We spoke at length in Vienna about it, and I would say this was like a post-Habsburg version, and the Austrian take on Mitteleuropa. I know that Friedrich Naumann has come up with the Prussian idea of Mitteleuropa, and these were 2 slightly competing ideas. And now the question to you, Trimarium, is it not a new impersonification of Mitteleuropa, slightly expanded, because the Habsburg imagination would not go as far as Baltic Sea, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, but as for Balkans, yes. And what is your perception of the Free Seas initiative in Austria? You have slightly different modern history than we do. Professor Szczerski was also talking about it, and Professor Iwas. For us, the Russian threat was one of the most important considerations always. After 1989, Austria seems to be very closely connected with Germany. Some former Austrian chancellors were working to strengthen relations with Germany, and we were also inquired about the prospects of our cooperation with Russia. So, Middle Europa, Free Seas, and Russia.
Thank you, Professor, for having invited me. I'm happy to be here in Warsaw. Shortly about Austria, yeah, we are a member of Trimarium, but we are different. Yeah, it's true, because we joined in '95, and at that time, even in '89, we started to have a kind of predecessor of the Trimarium thing that it was called Pentagonal, and later on it was called the Central European Initiative. And Mr. Busek, who unfortunately died this year, a dear friend of Poland as well, and he also invented, or he was one of the inventors of the so-called strategic partnership. Nobody will remember, but that was Austria's idea in 2001. And at that time, we were just escaping the famous sanctions by the then 14 EU partners, because Austria was the first country having a government with a right-wing party. And the then 14 member countries, plus the Czech Republic, was not member, but they joined the sanctions as well. They punished us, and they punished, of course, the government and not the Austrians, but it was perceived as a kind of Brussels is punishing poor Austria. And then we got rid of these sanctions in 2000, at the end of 2000. And then we started with a strategic partnership with our neighboring countries, especially Czech Republic, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, Hungary, and Poland. That was important because Busek was behind it, and he said we should do it together with Poland. And Poland was called a kind of as our cultural neighbor, it was then called. But it was not living very long, this partnership. It was then recalled into regional partnership, because strategic means a bit military and security, and Austria couldn't really offer the former Warsaw Pact countries a kind of new security umbrella. Professor Krasnodębski was right in saying it was also perceived a bit in our neighbor countries, especially in Hungary, as a kind of a rebirth of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and but it was mainly economic cooperation, and here Austria was really profiting a lot, first from the opening in 1989, and then of course with the enlargement in 2004, Austria was really one of the biggest profiteer of the enlargement, and Austrian business were main investors in many of these new member countries for a long time. And that's why, I mean, coming to Trójmorza now, the Three Seas initiative, Austria takes part, but is a little bit aside because we have no sea access. Yeah, our nearest sea is in Croatia and Italy, and of course we have to say we had a big impact on the navies and trade ships worldwide because the propeller for ships was invented by an Austrian, Mr. Josef Ressel. He invented that, and that's why the British Navy was profiting from it. They stole the invention of the poor Austrian guy. But coming back to now to Trójmorze initiative, we are participating. Our president, the federal president, Mr. van der Bellen from the Green Party, he was in Riga at the summit this summer, and there he gave a speech and he said the most important thing of this 3Cs initiative is now the threat of Russia, and of course the main topic should be energy security. The main topic should be this, and we should build up new networks of energy, especially in the alternative field of energy, so the green energy. We should expand all solar energy and wind energy, etc. Austria, by the way, we are not happy. Our colleague from Riga and also the colleagues from Poland, when they are investing now in the nuclear field, Austria is strictly against the nuclear power, especially new nuclear power stations. We even started, but this is over because Brexit came. We filed a suit at the European Court in Luxembourg against Britain when they built up a new nuclear plant with EU funds, but it was in vain. We didn't succeed. So Austria is on board. Unfortunately, I looked at the homepage of the Three initiative. We still have practically no project there, except one project which was started by the Czech Republic and Poland. It is this new canal from the Danube to the Oder. Historically, it's a bit burdened because it was started in the Hitler time in 38, 39, and if you are in Vienna, you can still see the first 20 kilometers of this canal is ready, but it was then the Second World War broke out and the whole work was stopped. But you can't use it now because the Viennese, they built their nice little weekend houses around these canals, so you should build a new canal, maybe a little bit more to the east. So we will be on board, and I think it is important to say also from my perspective, as I was a Brussels correspondent and still deal with European affairs, I was happy to hear from you, Professor, and from my colleague here and from all colleagues that it is important that the 3Cs initiative has to be embedded in the EU institutions, and should not be regarded as a kind of competition or as it was in the beginning. I think that it was said that 3Cs initiative is turned against Germany and also turned against Russia, something in between. And so I think the success of this initiative will be better if it is somehow, as also the Commissioner told us, as it is connectivity and complementarity is guaranteed, so that also EU funds can be used for these projects, especially energy security. And in that way, I think it could make a good success in Europe. And it also, my final proposal in a way, it would be that maybe you have 12 countries now, with Ukraine would be 13, but 12 EU countries are members of the Three Seas initiative. You have a say in the European Union if you try to form a kind of pressure group inside the European Union to have more the interests of this region represented in Brussels. You know, you have the Benelux cooperation, you have the Nordic cooperation, some southern countries help each other, but the Central Europeans, we have Visegrad, yes, but Visegrad is not so much functioning in the EU context. You should meet before important European summits and talk about the aims, about you should have your say in new regulation. You could make proposals also in difficult fields like migration, like green energy. I know on the first day here it was criticized by our Czech friend that the green energy, the green plan, he said, from Mr. Timmermans was kind of imposed on all EU members. Well, it was decided by all 26 countries, so inclusive Czech Republic and also Poland was behind it. So I think the green agenda, the Green Deal, as it was called, is important for the European Union. So also for all the 12 countries, we should be less dependent from Russian fuel, Russian gas. We should be more independent in the electricity field, in the gas field. We talked about this already, but in that way, I think you have a bigger future than the partnerships I told at the beginning. Also, the Central European Initiative, it was always enlarging, and then it had 17 member states, inclusive Belarus, and it turned out to be too big, and they didn't have a lot of impact, and so Austria decided to leave the Central European Initiative in 2018. Our friend Buzek, the Vice Chancellor, he deplored that because it was done by the right-wing Freedom Party. They didn't like it. Foreign Minister Karin Kneißl said we should leave this partnership. Maybe it was not good because at least we could have a say in staying there. But, you know, Mrs. Kneißl is now, thankfully she is now passed because she was a close friend of Mr. Putin. And, you know, at her wedding, Putin came soon after the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. This is my last phrases, because I feel a bit ashamed because Austria was really too close to Russia. We had the red carpet for Mr. Putin right after having annexed the Crimean island. He was greeted by our then federal president. He was hugged by the Mr. President of the Trade Chamber. And
this famous wedding dance.
The famous waltzing with Putin was not a good idea, especially when she bowed down to the floor. Our foreign minister This is really a shame, but I think Austria learned from this, and now we are in full solidarity with the European Union, and we are in full solidarity with the Ukraine. We accepted about 100,000 refugees from Ukraine. Poland has many more, but Austria does a lot for Ukraine. We even, that's final word, we are a neutral country still, but we participated in the EU program to buy weapons and military equipment for Ukraine. That was only 10 days ago that it was decided to buy from EU funds weapons to a third country, which is now a candidate country. But and Austria, as a neutral country, we participated. But we just said we don't want that our money is spent for hardware weapons, but only for equipment, even sanitary equipment, tents, helmets, whatever. So this is the Austrian position. My position. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo i teraz może przejdę.
Well, thank you very much, and we will have another round of shorter interventions, but let us now move on to a debate. From what I have heard from you gentlemen, Professor Szczelski is a diplomat, we have members of European Parliament, we also have a head of European Journalist Association, so Minister Waszczykowski founded a group at the European Parliament, group of Friends of Three Seas Initiative. Well, it may seem that everyone is a friend, but I do not feel completely satisfied here, because when we had a meeting about this initiative, this meeting was not attended by people from countries from outside of the Three Seas region. So there is some resistance or maybe skepticism. I'm not saying that people are against it, but they are somehow skeptical. And why is that? And I see three elements here that we should maybe touch upon. First of all, Minister Szczerski mentioned the positive self-identity or feeling of identity, but is it in everyone's interest so that our region builds its own identity? Because in this region we still have trends of being a client to those who are the decision makers or who have a dominating role in the European Union. And the strongest economy, that is Germany, is the most influential country. I remember in 1990s when we had a number of conferences with our Czech colleagues, with our Hungarian colleagues, and we were all trying to prove which country is the most westernized one, which is most alike the European Union countries. We were competing amongst each other. So the second thing, is it not true that our Western countries would want us to be less vocal in expressing our interests? Because we remember when we were very vocal in 2015 during the migration crisis, this was not very welcome, because this is always a difficult issue, a separate vote or a separate voice in the European Union that may not follow the mainstream. And there was also a suspicion that this initiative goes against the prevailing policies, because until the 24th of February this year, regardless of whatever we were saying about European Union being independent, really everything was based on the supplies of cheap energy from Russia and supplies of goods from China. So not just the globalization, but Russia was, and we all know Russland verstehe, They have not disappeared, yes. These people are still there, and the current president of SPD was a very close colleague of Gerhard Schroeder. And representatives of these parties as well, we should give way to diplomacy, to end the war. So we have more and more voices like that. So this way of perceiving Europe, perceiving what is to the east of Europe, is different here than in the West. And there is something that we have mentioned. Maybe this partnership would be divisive, because usually whatever we propose, it is considered divisive. Because Germany suddenly, during the Three Seas summit in Bucharest in 2018, Germany suddenly declared they wanted to be a member. And they said, well, because regionally, well, Eastern Germany share history with other countries of the region. They were also a communist country. But they said mainly they want to overcome the skepticism of Three Seas Initiative being a divisive project. It was a very strong leitmotif that we had, and probably we did see that not everyone looked at our initiative with a friendly eye. So, gentlemen, is there a resistance against this initiative? Let us start with Mr. Jońca, and we should follow the same order, 5 minutes per person. Well, this is indeed a very good question with a very difficult answer. Even in Poland, there are politicians who clearly say that if European Union is to survive, it is only able to survive under supremacy of Germany. So these politicians also influence colleagues from other countries, saying Three Seas is not so important, is not so good, because there are politicians who see the future of the European Union as the European Union led by Germany may not be interested in such projects. And if the project of Three Seas is to be successful, we should follow the famous motto, I mean, keep quiet and then you will get further. So we should not organize such congresses. Well, no, we can organize congresses, but I didn't want to promote a country. But we should do what we do best. We should look for investors. We should show and demonstrate development opportunities, niches for investment, and we should not be afraid to go outside the group of the biggest players in the European Union. In the Three Seas initiative, a lot will depend on the United States. And I am happy that one of the American funds invested in a Bulgarian port, because it overcomes fear and lets us go beyond the European Union sometimes, because these investments are attractive. They offer good rate of return. So why should not we have private investors? There are some people who say there is no life outside the European Union, and I believe that this is a mistake, because Europe will lose in global competition if it just limits itself to its boundaries. So we should continue doing what we're doing and what we have been doing until now. We should look for investors. We should show investment opportunities. We should also demonstrate good practices, successful projects, and we will continue to develop this space as an important and creative part of Europe. Well, I beg to disagree, or I do not fully agree, if I may say so, because the day before yesterday, a former Minister of Defense of the United Kingdom said, I want to thank the Poles not just for their stance in relation to Ukraine, I also want to thank them for being so vocal about Russian threat. in the past. Wolfgang Schäuble said similar things in the past. So maybe it is our responsibility, it is our obligation to be vocal if we truly believe in something. Maybe we should think of how we are doing this, but we should articulate our opinion and our interests. Maybe European Union would benefit from a more balanced architecture. So pragmatically speaking, it's better to go about our business, as you are suggesting, but sometimes there may be these things that are controversial, and it may be a blasphemy. We may be going against the sanctity of certain architecture in the European Union, but maybe we should not just count on our strong neighbors, such as Austria and Germany. Maybe we should do more with our own forces and resources. We are not doing this against anyone. We're not becoming anyone's enemy by doing this. I understand your intention. Your intention is good, because there was a suspicion that the Three Seas initiative is something that goes against European integration, but it's not. Did you want to add something? Well, I just wanted to add that being vocal is also a way, but if we are too vocal, then we may wake up some other demons in the European Union, and we know who they are, and they may want to discourage private investors from investing in our region, because there are very close ties between business and politics in the West. But if we say we are acting in the interest of everyone, because it is in the interest of the European Union. Also, when we tell our colleagues from the West that sometimes they are not right. So when they are wrong, we should tell them, and this could be helpful, and we should also demand equal rights. And not to mention compensation for the past. These corrections that we may introduce could be beneficial for the future. But let me add another thing then. A lot of you may not know, but European Union indicated two important areas in the Three Seas initiative that require funding in terms of infrastructure. They indicated the Baltic Sea region, so this is one of the regions for investing in the energy sector, and the second area indicated by the European Union is the southern part of Europe. So some things are happening. There are better connections in terms of transport of electricity in the south of Europe, and there are solutions worked out for the north of Europe between the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries. So it will be good for the Three Seas initiatives, and the European Union can contribute to the success of the Three Seas region as well. So the question to Minister Szczerski, and let me just give you recount an anecdote. Recently we visited Washington. You're in the United States, and it is our objective to build a synergy, cooperation, harmonious relations. But someone from the Republican Party told me that yes, everything should be done together with the EU in harmony, and I said, why? Is it not better to hear different voices, different opinions? Does it not make it possible for us to choose a better strategy? And he said, well, but we as Americans, and he quoted Kissinger, prefer to have one phone number, one place they can call in Europe, and then they know who to talk to. And I said, but if this is to be Olaf Scholz, is this the right number or not? So in this current geopolitical situation, we have someone who has the stance of the current chancellor, and maybe it is worth it to criticize his stance so that the phone number that is rung by the Americans is a different one. Minister, what is the American position on this? First of all, I regret not being in Warsaw because I can see a great potential for continuing this discussion in the lobby, and I'm so far away. It's very unfortunate, but indeed, The Economist, which may seem a paradox, said that Mr. Scholz is the greatest hero of the Ukrainian war because apparently he went against the heritage of Angela Merkel, and he is conducting his own policy when it comes to security in the East. So journalists are able to do anything and twist anything, provided there is a political need for such. So not everyone believes that Olaf Scholz merits some criticism. Sometimes he is considered a hero. And Professor, you asked about opponents. As you know, I took part in the 3Cs initiative at the moment of its inception. I will write a book one day. This project was controversial originally. There were many people who were against it, and we tried to convince the opponents, to neutralize some other ones, and we wanted to clarify certain opinions that were created based on propaganda and misinformation. And some people really said that this project is divisive, but it is a complete political misunderstanding. And it is whoever says so is an enemy of this project, but is not saying the truth. So we have achieved a lot, but a lot still needs to be done. And before the 3Cs initiative was created, Europe developed along the East-West axis, and Poland was just to be a bridge to the big eastern market of Russia. It was to be subordinated to the Western neighbors. We were not to have our own opinion. The relationship based on love with Putin and Russia was blooming, and everything was being done over the heads of the Baltic states and countries of this region. And the transatlantic anchor was being removed, and Europe was facing towards the east, towards Russia, not towards the west, across the Atlantic. So 3Cs initiative goes against these ideas because transatlantic relations are important. It is an American anchor. It builds an axis along northeast direction, and it is making us a subject. It underlines our identity. This is the first serious project since the Visegrad Fall that was born in this part of Europe. It was not brought by anyone from outside. 3Cs initiative is our own idea, an idea of the countries of this region. So it goes against all the cliches that we were labeled with, and since the very beginning, all those who did not favor this idea, who wanted to see Europe anchored not in transatlantic relations but in relations with Russia, were against this idea. All those who favored the dominating position of the main capitals of the European Union were against this project. And of course, I mean, at this table there are no empty seats. So if we want to take a seat at the table, someone needs to leave the table. So it is clear that there are many enemies of this project, and we have to be persistent. And I agree with Professor Szańca. We have to continue building the practical dimension of this initiative so that we build our identity without being afraid of reactions from the outside. We have to continue doing what we're doing because we were finally able to foresee the forthcoming crisis. We were trying to become stronger. because we are now stronger in the Russian crisis. So we can, Europe is not willing to say, you know, we did not listen to you, but we loved Putin. They are already ready to admit that they did not listen to us, but they are not yet ready to admit that they loved Putin. So I hope European Union is able to correct these two errors, but Professor Krasnodębski knows very well that this is not going to be easy, and it is not obvious. So what are two preconditions? First of all, I agree with the statement that Three Seas initiative should cooperate more in the decision-making processes within the European Union. Yes, we should meet before European councils. Countries of the Three Seas initiative should consult before the European councils. We should not also limit ourselves to Europe, because outside Europe there is a whole wide world with a lot of investors, a lot of interest. So there is a world outside Europe. It is open, so we should not lose sight. We should sometimes be able to leave the Brussels bubble. Sometimes it's quite irritating that we see nothing beyond Brussels. We are just frightened of whatever Brussels is going to say. But there are so many opportunities outside European Union, and we have the right to look globally and to have some global policies. And the last thing, a war in Ukraine, it will end at some point. It will end with a peace treaty and with our victory. And at that time, there will be time for reconstruction of Ukraine. And Three Seas initiative countries should have a place in this process.
Thank you very much. These were very apt comments on the global perspective, Professor. And we should go away from too much of provincialism in our looking. And as Mr. Łachodyński was speaking, could we what are the basic obstacles, and could we do something more in the European Parliament to show them the value of what we do in the Trimarium? So this is like an alternative vision for the development of the eastern part of the European Union, and somehow it proved to be very effective and very well defined. It was not German and French experts, but we who were right in developing the directions.
Well, if I may.
Tak, proszę bardzo.
Thank you very much. Well, coming from a country with 1.9 million of citizens, I think that we are naturally a little bit cautious about big transnational projects in many ways. And I think in this sense about the Three Seas initiative, the main issue is whether we are seeing that as a kind of an ideological project as well. And we are a little bit cautious here about that, especially because we know our common history in this region, and you are completely right by saying that, well, there is a long tradition of neglecting those countries that are somewhere between Russia, whatever it is, and Germany, whatever it is. And well, in that sense, I think that we have to fight for our agency as independent nations, as independent geopolitical actors. And this, I think, is a very, very important when thinking about some kind of a common integrated project. As for the EU, I think that the EU's legitimacy in the past has very much relied upon practical things. And this is what also Mr. Jonca said, and also esteemed Mr. Ambassador, that I think that we should really think more about practical results And I think all those fields where 3C initiative is active, like energy, transport, and digital, there is a lot of room for practical achievement. And I think that practical cooperation is very much needed also in the framework of the European Parliament. At the same time, of course, we all know how diverse the European Parliament is, especially with the governments changing, MEPs changing, and so on and so forth. And that's why I think that also to keep our contact and to keep our collaboration with our colleagues from different countries, different regions is no less important. Because you were absolutely right, Professor Krasnodebski, when mentioning the old Latvian, at least, tradition to ally ourselves, not just with our Baltic and Polish friends, but also on some issues, also with the Germans, with the Nordic countries, and so on and so forth. And this is what we are usually doing. And I think that in order to achieve practical results, this is the way we want to be active. And from that perspective, I think that I'm completely in agreement with what was said before about the, let's say, divisive nature of many of similar projects. We all remember the old adage by Mr. Rumsfeld, which was, well, rather divisive, was splitting the new Europe apart from the old Europe and trying to find some kind of room for maneuvers there. I don't think that this is a productive sense. Also because I think that this is really a point where we all together should help somehow Europe as a whole to develop a positive self-identity, which was mentioned before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I ostatnie pytanie do pana.
Thank you very much. And the last question to Mr. Lachodyński. You also spoke about the positive attitude to Austria. Austria is also the member of Trimarium, but very modest level of investment would suggest that there is some psychological barrier that does not allow you to invest. And speaking about interconnectivity, the railway linking Vienna to Warsaw, was it not a precursor of Via Carpathia and TEN-T, Austria Musita? Austria of Joseph Roth should be enthusiastic, should be more enthusiastic about 3C's initiative, and should be the capital leader and investment leader leading the way. So why is there such resistance? Can it be overcome?
Well, I think it has to do with some expectations in the old European member states that in some countries of the East, especially Hungary and Poland, that there are a kind of there are too many differences about rule of law and about media freedom, etc. That also with some
But in couloir, we find many similarities.
Yeah, true, yeah. But of course, for me, there was one red line which Poland, the government kind of stepped over. That was when the Constitutional Court of Poland said we don't follow the rulings of the European Court of Justice. This is, of course, a big blow. I know that in very few cases, also the German Constitutional Court had some critics on some rulings, but not all. We can't. It's not possible to kind of not follow the rules of the basic rules of the club. But having said that, I admit that there is a kind of new dividing line between the new member states, and which are not so new now, and the old member states. I think for a long time the Western states made mistakes also. They didn't treat the new members on the same level as themselves. I wrote a story, an article about that 2 years ago, and had many examples. And I think also with the personal question that too few people from Poland and the other, the Baltic states and also Romania, Bulgaria, were elected in important positions in the EU institutions, with some exceptions, you know, Donald Tusk and Mr. Jerzy Buzek was the president of the European Parliament, and Georgieva from Bulgaria is now the head of the IMF. But then it's, in a way, we have to think over, we should take the EU, and especially the old member states, we should take this part of Europe more seriously. Our common friend Erhard Busek fought for that for all his life. And maybe it was forgotten also your part in the history which you played here. I mean, not only Poland, but you fought against communism on the forefront, and it was maybe taken for granted after '89 that the West wasn't so interested in your part of history and in your achievements and also in your culture, which was a mistake. I think it was Macron who said that this dividing line is dangerous for the European Union. And also our former Chancellor, Mr. Vranitzky, said that. He said, if I remember well, he said, for a too long time, people here in the new member states were treated a bit like second-class citizens. Maybe it's a little bit overdone, the thing, but in a way, he was right, and this dividing line should not turn into a new kind of iron curtain in Europe. This would be really dangerous. But I think now, that the Western European states have understood what happens. Also, Germany have understood. The German government has understood what it means to have an evil empire, aggressive and really leading a war against all conventions, and which they signed, by the way. Russia signed all these conventions as a member of OSCE in Vienna, and despite all that, they started this terrible war, which should end hopefully soon. And that's why I think there could be also, when finally Ukraine will hopefully win, or at least there will be some kind of peaceful solution, that there could be a new start for the relations between all the 26 member states. And again, what I said before, I think you could form a kind of more lobby inside the EU for the interests, what Poland wants, what Bulgaria wants, what the Baltic states want to have decided in Brussels. You can't always say, the Brussels is ruling over us. You are a member also of these institutions. You are a member of the European Parliament, you gentlemen here. And so it is possible to influence politics. And final word, maybe, of course, there should be investment from other parts of the world. But I would warn are we really interested that China takes over more or less the Western Balkans? Or Turkey? Turkey is building the second airport in Albania, not a European country. Why not Poland? This Western Balkan states, this should be maybe the future region where also the Three Seas initiative could invest more and maybe also to convince the people in the European Union, some countries are still opposed to membership, that all these years and years negotiations are a bit speeded up, because unless there is more speed, I think these countries might turn away from the European Union and look for some other big powers. Yeah, that's a warning, and I hope you can participate that this will not be the case.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it seems we have a lot to do for us, also to convince our Austrian friends that for me it's a very paradox that the Austrians are thinking in the category the West, the East. Yeah, your whole history is actually against this. Well, what is you know, with Pressburg, with Budapest, you know, with
that's why
until Lviv and so. Actually, what I expected from Austria in the 80s, you know, when I used to know Erhard Buzek and we work very together, we established institute in Vienna, that you would be the pioneer of the, you know, to deconstruct all this prejudice. And instead you repeat, you know, all this, excuse me, but nonsense about rule of law. I mean, not you personally, but you know, some kind of the discourse which is dominant. But unfortunately,
the time has...
one sentence and we have to finish.
Yeah, one sentence. Yeah, Austria, of course. When I said Western European countries, I didn't mean Austria. Of course, we belong in a way psychologically, as we belong to the Western part of the world. Let's put it that way. Austria was always on the Iron Curtain, and we were lucky that the Red Army left Austria in 1955. But ever since, we try to have a role in Europe, and we try to be a bridge builder, but I agree with you, maybe in the last years it was not that a priority for Austrian governments. That is true. We should have done more.
Let's hope it will change in the future and you take this, you know, leading role in the deconstruction of old prejudice in Europe. Thank you. Dziękuję Państwu, dziękuję Panom serdecznie.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, panelists. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, colleagues, our colleagues online.
We have to start the last session of our Congress. Martin is there. I'm looking for Gunnar. Yeah, so... Yes, they took... that's very good. Yes, that's. Proszę? Okay. Ja.
Wer soll denn wo sitzen? Wo willst du? Wo soll ich sitzen?
Okay. So for technical reasons, the panelists will take the seats, and then we will wait 5 minutes for the participants who moved to the informal setting of the discussion.
Tell me I had to be on with this guy.
We never submit.
So let us start. This is the last panel, and we will go from the questions of infrastructure, the questions of economy, geopolitical projects, to culture, and actually to personal experience, because I think that there is no project that is meaningful without personal experience. And the theme of our last session is the theme of how we are seen in the West. How is Trójmorze seen in the West? And as we know, Poland specifically, but also more broadly, that part of the world is obsessed with how we are seen, perceived by the West specifically. But I would like to make that discussion also a little bit more personal, because what we see doesn't depend on what we are looking at, but also on who we are. And Czesław Miłosz, a great Polish writer, Nobel Prize winner from that part of the world, the representative of Trimarium, he used that distinction between lux and lumen. We see because we get some light from other people, from what exists, but at the same time, we need lumen, so something that lights us up, something that allows us to see. I wanted to start with Wolfgang Schäuble, who said 2 days ago that we didn't see what was going on in that part of the world. We didn't see, and we could have seen actually what happened in Chechnya. I could add that we could have seen what happened also in Poland and Ukraine and many, many other countries. So the question of sight, the question of perception, the question of seeing is the theme of our panel. And we have wonderful hosts of panelists who are representing different countries. They came to that part of the world from different countries, from Austria, from Germany, from the US. And we have also with us a Pole who actually traveled the whole world and can also look at us from a different perspective. So the question is the question of sight and the perception. And I would like to ask you about your perception of the region you are in. So be it Budapest, be it Hungary, be it Slovakia, be it Poland, Gdańsk. What is your perception? And when you are thinking about those countries, what kind of landscape do you see? What kind of lumen is lighted up in you? What is the landscape you have in mind when you think about that part of the world?
You have a microphone.
As well, yes.
Oh, I have a microphone. Here, you take that.
Rod Dreher, yeah, so the author who was lauded yesterday as the author of The Benedictine Option, but also of Live Not by Lies. And
both of which are available in Poland.
Yes, yes.
My experience of Central Europe comes almost entirely from doing research for my book, Live Not by Lies. This is a book that came about when I began to hear from people who emigrated from Poland, Hungary, and this part of the world to the United States to escape communism. And these are older people, and they started to say the things they see happening in the US and across the West today with cancel culture and so forth reminds them of what they left behind. So as part of my research, I came to Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and other countries to do research, to talk to Christians who stayed behind and resisted communism. What I saw really moved my heart. What I heard from these people, that the courage that they showed, the deep, deep Christian faith that they showed, taught me something about this region. And it taught me that this region has something to tell the West, to tell Western Europe and the United States about what it means to be part of the West, what it means to have moral courage, what it means to be willing to suffer for freedom, and what it means to stand for faith and family. After the book was published, I was invited to Budapest to do a fellowship at the Danube Institute, a think tank. I was there in Budapest for the first time in the spring of 2021. After only 2 weeks, it was shocking to me the difference between Hungary as it is and Hungary as the American media portray it. Hungary is a great country. It's a normal country. It has good things and bad things about it, but our media like to talk about it as being this fascist hellhole. Similarly with Poland, that Poland, it has this conservative, backwards Catholic government. That's how our media show it. It's just not true. The stories are so much more complicated. I texted my friend Tucker Carlson, who's the top-rated American talk show host. I texted him from Budapest and said, you should come here to Hungary to see for yourself, because our media are lying to the American people about this country. He came, spent a week there broadcasting shows, summer of 2021, and it completely changed the discussion about Hungary, at least among American conservatives. And now you have so many American conservatives wanting to come to Budapest to see what's going on politically there. I think that this is a fantastic opportunity for not only the Hungarians, but the Poles, for the Slovaks, the Czechs, and other people of the Trimerium region to show Americans what life is really like here and all the good things about life here. In fact, I loved it so much, I moved to Budapest, and now I work for the Danube Institute, traveling around Europe to build a network of conservative Christian intellectuals, pastors, priests, and so forth, for collaboration, for conferences and things like that. So this is now my home, and I'm really happy to be here.
Thanks so much. You mentioned that your heart was moved. Can you recall that moment of that, say, conversion of your sight?
It was in Slovakia, in Bratislava. That was the first place I went to do my research. And I met people who had been part of the underground church. This historian, a church historian, Jan Simulczyk, took me into a hidden chamber. We went in a secret tunnel underneath a house, and we came up inside a hidden chamber where the underground Catholic Church had printed samizdat for 10 years. And to think about what these people did, these Slovaks, for the risk they took to keep the life of the church alive, it nearly moved me to tears so many times. And I found this story repeated over and over. I went to Prague to talk to the Benda family, leading Catholic family, the only Christians who were part of Václav Havel's inner circle. I sat in their apartment where all these dissident intellectuals would meet. And I just couldn't believe it. It was living history. It was things I had only read about in history books, and it's still alive. The memory is still alive. Here in Poland, I went to the Jerzy Popiełuszko Museum and heard about Father Jerzy. I remember as a boy hearing about his murder, but to be there in the church, it was just breathtaking. I met with Sofia Romaszewska, the hero of the Solidarity trade union movement. And I thought when I met with that old lady in her house, I said, there's no way the Soviets could stand up against her. She would knock them all over. It was a delightful thing, and it has been such a joy for me to travel around the United States giving talks about my book, Live Not by Lies, and to have Americans come to me after the talk saying, we never knew. Tell us more about the people you met. And there's so many great stories in this part of the world, and not just history, but what's happening today. And I love to be a sort of an evangelist for this region.
So thanks for casting light on that region. So it's a wonderful metaphor that you have to go actually into the chamber, into the catacombs to see the meaning. So to see that there is light, but you have to go on a travel. You have to go deeper. You cannot just look from afar.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And one thing I would say that the Hungarians do very, very well, they have a lot of outreach to American journalists and academics to invite them to Hungary for conferences, for fellowships and things like that. They don't tell you, you have to write about this. They have enough confidence in their country and in their own story that when journalists come, if they're fair-minded, that they'll discover it on their own. And I've seen this work myself. It happened with me, that I got to see the great part of Hungary and to travel from Hungary to other countries in the region. It opened my eyes, and I'm seeing it happen over and over to other American journalists and academics who come. There's no reason why Poland couldn't do the same thing.
You mentioned Kamila Bendowa. We actually were really honored to host her and to give her the medal with our president for her merit in collaboration, in building collaboration between Poland and the Czech Republic. But the stunning thing was that actually her husband's works were published for the first time by our circle only this year. So it shows how much there is still to be done between our countries.
If I could say one thing about her, that woman, Kamila Bendova, is one of the real heroes of the 20th century. And I remember being in her apartment, talking to her about how it was that she raised faithful Catholic children. They're all adults now, of course, and they all kept their faith. How they did it not only under the oppression of communism, but after communism fell under a different kind of oppression of such an atheistic society. And she told me that she read books to them all the time. I said, "What did you read, Camilla?" She said, "I read to them myths, we read the classics, but I also read a lot of Tolkien, J.R.R. Tolkien." I said, "Why Tolkien?" She looked at me in the eye and said, "Because we knew that Mordor was real." That really impressed me. And whenever I tell that story to American audiences, you can hear a gasp. But that crystallized for me the value that the people of this region who have that cultural memory of what it was like to struggle under communism and to fight for faith and freedom, it showed me the story that you have to tell to we in America and in Western Europe who are losing our liberties right now, not because of communism, but because of a different kind of totalitarianism. It's still a form of materialism, but we don't see what's happening. People like Camilla and of the older generation in this country, you do see it, and we have to listen to you.
Thanks so much. We mentioned Kamila Bendova, and during one of our congresses, we also honored Gunnar Heinzon, who is a German intellectual who specializes, although probably the word specialize is a bad word when we are talking about your interest, because you know everything about everything. So, Gunnar, what is your landscape? How do you see that part of the world? How do you see the region, also your beloved Gdańsk, Danzig, your town?
I ran away from Gdynia in 1944 when it was getting very dangerous because the Red Army was close. I was born there, but I was born there as an occupying force, as you may imagine. My father was one of them who started the Second World War on a battleship Schlesien that shelled the Polish Navy port Hill. So when I ran away in 44, I did not come back to Poland for half a century. Because in 44, I was separated from my nanny, Irena. And when I came back in 94, I met her. She was still alive. I buried her in 2007. But the next day after I refound my nanny, I found my beloved wife, who sits in the audience. But now to the serious part. What is
marriage is also serious.
What is happening? 22 years ago, Putin started the hostilities against Poland and Ukraine. How did he do this? He became president in 2000, and he had very little time. The pipeline, Jamal pipeline, was just completed in '99, and it was just done on a private basis. Gazprom earned money, Poland earned money as a transit country, the German companies earned money. Everybody was happy, and they wanted to build another one. Putin knew, I have to stop this, because if I want to blackmail Poland, and if I want to take over Ukraine, I cannot start investment there now. He called Rem Yachirev, the boss of Gazprom, and told him to stop this right away. So Yachirev asked him, what are you to do? What are you going to do? I built a pipeline under the water. He told him that will be 5-6 times more expensive. Putin would not take it, and he forced Yachirev to humiliate himself in public, in Moscow. He promised, as long as I'm alive, I will never again build such pipelines again. It didn't help him. He was fired in 2001, replaced by a dark man with connections to the Russian mafia. His name is Alexei Miller. He's still boss of Gazprom. Putin had little time, so he could only pull this off, cutting out Poland, cutting out Ukraine, if the partner where the gas was going would go along. The partner was called Germany. And the German companies did not like it. And you could not deal with the German companies as Putin dealt with Gazprom. So, for reasons we do not fully understand, Putin, whilst he was executing the genocide in Chechnya, by taking the 16-year-old out of the families and kill them before they could take up arms, while he was doing this, he was starting his friendship with the Chancellor of Germany. His name is well known, Schröder. But Schröder is a showman, charming showman. His right-hand man, a man who did the work. You also know his name was Frank-Walter Steinmeier. He is now president of Germany. So he pulled all this off. And in October 28, this man pulled off the deal with Putin against Poland and Russia, gave a national speech. And in this speech, two things were never mentioned. He mentioned Moldova and the Baltic states and 3 Cs in a way, but 2 words were never mentioned, Poland and the Nord Stream pipeline. Why did he not mention it? Because he knew the moment he would mention it, people would ask him, Frank-Walter, tell us more. You know everything. You did the deal with Putin against Poland and Ukraine. So he did not mention it. And now comes the next step, and it was mentioned before, and you just mentioned it now. Then the longest serving member of German parliament, he's 50 years in German parliament, Wolfgang Schäuble. He's the longest serving minister in post-45 German history, and he was the chief of the secret services in Germany. And he said, he started his speech, he said, Germany wanted free trade of energy and Russia betrayed us. Imagine, he and Russia decided to betray Poland and Ukraine and stopping free trade of energy, hitting down even Gazprom. And he starts the speech with, Germany wanted free energy trade and Russia betrayed us. And that's when Schäuble decided to say a word. And that's why he said in 2008, Lech Kaczynski was right. And he mentioned, Schäuble also mentioned Chechnya 2000. That's the second Chechen war in which the genocide was committed. The first Chechen war was lost by Russia as the Western powers lost their colonial wars. So the Chechens had 6 babies per woman, the ruling powers had 1 to 2, so Russia lost. And Putin was smart. He said, I have to take away the Chechnyan demographic advantage. I have to kill the young man, and then I will win. And he won. And so Schäuble, even without mentioning the words I just said, he understood it. He wanted to say it, that in the moment when this guy from Russia committed a genocide, Germany, that had promised never ever to allow something like this, became his closest partner. So this is the last 22 years, and only 2 days ago, Schäuble started an attempt to correct this. So we still have a long to go to understand, to teach Germany for what happened in the 22 years, when more or less the attitude towards Poland was hostile or negative. They never knew what was happening under their eyes. Now they start to learn.
And why do you think it took so long just to see what was going on? And by the way, did you see it, the whole scheme, when it was just on full display? Because in my Polish eyes, it was obvious what was going on. Then with Schroeder becoming the member of the board of Gazprom, it was everything clear. So did you see it, and why people in Germany didn't see what was going on.
Why is there no goodwill for Poland? This is very obvious, because the Germans know the end of the war, but not the beginning. In the end of the war, they lost Śląsk and Pomorze, etc. And the Germans were driven out. This they remember, but they do not remember that the war started in 1939 in two varieties. One was the war of conquest of Poland, and two was the first genocide of Hitler Germany. The Holocaust was much more atrocious, much bigger, but it started 22 months later, in June 1941. Intelligenzaktion, the killing of the Polish intelligentsia, including their children, started on the 1st of September 1939. This no German knows to this day, no, exaggerate, excuse me, no common German knows it. If you look up Intelligenzaktion in Wikipedia, you have a text in Polish, you have a text in the language of Indonesia, but not in German, not in German. So this part is not part of the German conscience. You never ever had a German leader, a chancellor or president who came to Warsaw and started his speech in Warsaw like this. We know our responsibility for the Holocaust, but we know our first genocide was against the Polish nation. And if this leader comes for the first time and will start with these words, it may break the ice between the nations, because the Polish will learn something. For example, the Germans went to their deaths because, as it was called, wegen der Morde in Poland, because of the assassinations in Poland. And the Germans will understand the full history of the Second World War.
So just like Rod said, that you have to go deeper to understand that part of the world, you are saying that also you have to reach back in history to look for the real causes of the Second World War, to see actually and to understand that part of the world, not just seeing the last act.
You have to do this, but I also have to mention one thing. The first time, I'm nearly 80, I've seen goodwill for Poland, admiration, jealousy for the leadership of Poland, was last year when Poland was going to be destabilized by Belarus and Russia by pressing refugees into Poland. And Poland stood its ground, and Poland was criticized from outside, from inside. The government stood its ground, and even conservative, right-wing Germans were really impressed and, in a way, proud of having such a courageous and determined neighbor. Poland, I think, for the first time visibly showed leadership, and it was recognized. Of course, it showed leadership in 2008, when Lech Kaczynski went to Tbilisi with the Baltic leaders and tried to stop Putin's invasion of Georgia. But this was regarded in Germany as something bizarre. They did not understand the seriousness. They had no idea that a Polish politician could better understand Russia than the Germans could understand Russia. So something has changed. This was last year, and Schäuble's attempt to correct the hatchet man of Schröder, who is now president, and Angela Merkel. In his speech 2 days ago, Schäuble mentioned Angela Merkel, said, I do not understand how she can still defend what she has done against Poland together with Putin. So we are in the beginning of an enlightenment of Germany, and I think it may continue.
Well, let's pray. So the change of heart, lumen. so that they can see. And then let us move to Martin Leidenfrost, who is a screenwriter, journalist, a traveler. You speak 10 languages, more or less. Your film was just shown at the festival in Locarno. There was one film that had its premiere in the Festival of Cannes. So you are you are a man who understands the world, who travels the world, understands that part of the region. And when you are thinking about us, what is your perception of that region when you are based specifically in Slovakia?
I see freedom, normality, and I see a place where I can feed my family. So, because I'm actually a refugee from, at the moment I live in Austria, but I'm living from, I was cancelled in Austria 4 years ago as a commentator, and at the time I lost 70% of my income, and now I'm working mainly for conservative Slovak media. So this is the place, this is I can exist because you exist, so that's...
that's yeah, so we welcome refugees as we see. You said freedom, normality, and just living normal life with your family, being a breadwinner for your family. You had a column at the conservative newspaper in Germany, Die Presse.
In Austria.
In Austria. And the title of that column was The Last Crusader. So did you expect that as The Last Crusader you will be cancelled?
Actually not. I was not aware of how bad the situation is already, because the title was of course ironic, yeah? So it was not very militant. It was just I was just presenting the view of the Catholic Church to Austrian readers. Nothing else. It was just normal Catholicism. But it was perceived very as something very shocking.
What did you say? Could I ask?
So you cannot say anymore.
No, I can. Here I can. It was. I was cancelled because of two commentaries. One was against the introduction of same-sex marriage in Austria, and the second one was about abortion. And it's taboo topics in Austria. So normally, as a mainstream journalist, you wouldn't open these topics.
Yeah,
the funny thing is that the newspaper where I wrote these commentaries, I had 10 months, then I was cancelled, 10 months. Is being considered the most conservative newspaper of Austria, and is through an association, belongs to the Catholic Church. But they do not intervene, so it didn't help me.
Yeah, I think that there will be also some space to talk about the cancel culture, because probably all of our panelists here were besetted by wokeness and cancel culture. But I would like to ask Maciej Golubiewski, who was the Consul General of Poland in New York, and now he is the leader of the cabinet of our commissioner, Janusz Wojciechowski, who is a commissioner for agriculture. So you had a career that spanned over the Great Britain and America, but throughout all that time, you served Poland. But at the same time, you saw how Poland and that part of the world is perceived. So the same question goes for you. What is the perception of Poland, and then we'll ask the question how we can change it. But what was the perception of Poland? I know many of your initiatives that aimed actually at changing that bad press we had.
Can you hear me? I hope it...
Yes.
First of all, thank you very much for having me on the panel, and I would like to personally thank Professor Krasnodębski for inviting me. I wish I was there with you, but it was last minute, so I'm in Brussels. Yes, I'm a Pole looking in, so to speak. I've been living outside of Poland not because I was an immigrant, because of mostly scholastic reasons out of Poland since I was 17 years old, and that is the reason why I guess I might have some sort of a perspective on what's going on. There's so many topics, and my predecessors covered so many different areas, and it's so great to hear Rod Dreher and everyone on the panel being so cognizant of the role of Poland and Central Eastern Europe in the culture and history of the world. I have to say that when I first came to the United States as a student, and then when I was working and writing my PhD at the time, one thing first and foremost I noticed was that especially among Catholic LDs, Catholics that I met, first as a professional, later on as a diplomat, you would see a huge knowledge about Poland and the perceived importance of Poland. I'll speak for my country because I think I'm the best place to do it. And I was really amazed at that. Those interlocutors, like people like George Weigel in the book, obviously, but before Rod, there was George Weigel with his Final Revolution, when she was basically saying that why this area is important. Was it military? Was it economic? No, it was spiritual, especially the role of the Catholic Church played a huge role. It was, of course, Cardinal Wyszynski, John Paul II, Lee Edwards at the Heritage Foundation, the founder of the Dictators of Communism Memorial, was also one of the interlocutors and persons I had a real pleasure to interact with over the years. They always pointed out to those figures. But in Hungary, you had Cardinal Mincenti, you had Jan Patočka, with Pavel, etc. So so this region has really been associated with a rather heightened sense of kind of a spiritual awakening at that time. But historically, though, when I was a consul, when I was talking about Poland and why Poland is relevant for today, and why Poland's past is relevant for today, and why would Polish past have anything to do with why we should be looking into Poland as a potential force for good in the world, was a couple of things. One is that Poland, up until the end of the 17th century, was first and foremost a military and an economic power too, but it was a military rampart of Europe. Victor Hugo, during the time of Napoleon III, was making that point when he said, France defends European culture, Poland defends European sovereignty. And our tradition of militarism, in a proper sense, knighthood, a tradition of kind of military engagement, not to mention King John Sobieski's Pavloviena, etc. But we were really the defenders. When I was the consul in New York City, we were just expanding the eastern flank of NATO. And it was a very interesting parallel when I said, look, we are now increasing, doing this enhanced presence of U.S. troops on Polish soil. At that time, the invasion of Ukraine was just in Crimea. I said, look, we've always had that tradition. We feel extremely responsible, military-wise as well, for the security of Europe, and this runs in our blood. So this is one element, but also certain issues that some of my interlocutors mentioned before that are linked more to the ideas of liberty and certain conception of pluralism. Poland's political culture, and I think one book that is very interesting in this regard is Minister Zbigniew Rau's, Professor Rau's book about the so-called, he calls it the doctrine of the Poles. When you look at the kind of the DNA of the Poles, even though I agree with Professor Legutko that, after the Second World War, we kind of went tabula rasa because of the unfortunate destruction of Polish elites. But when you look at that DNA, what runs in it, you'll see that we are, one, attached very much to a conception of a common good, which is obviously the legacy and the influence of the Catholic Church in its particular form. At the same time, we have this kind of a libertarian streak of being to defend against intrusion, especially of intrusive government as well. So on one hand, we're quite social. On the other hand, we're quite libertarian in our kind of perception of how we perceive the role of the state. And that is very interesting for the Americans, because when I remind them that during the times of the Continental Congress or the first years of the independent U.S. Republic, you had discussions about, let's say, elective kingship. George Washington, obviously didn't want to become a king, so it never flew, and there was term limits, of course. But when we talked about things like, Polish Polish political culture, where we elected for over 200 years our kings, and then the United States continued that tradition in a very similar sense. People start making connections, or the idea of liberum veto, the idea that Polish noblemen, kind of vis-a-vis the centralized power of the king, asserted their freedoms. This is very similar to John Calhoun's idea of concurrent majorities. That was, asserting the South versus the North, barring all the Calhoun, all views of Calhoun, which later on, very much pro-slavery, etc., which, solved that. You have those interesting parallels also in the Anglo-Saxon system, which also kind of made me think that there is certain let's say, similarity in the Anglo-Saxon and Polish cultures, even though they've been completely apart. And you cannot talk about the United States as a Catholic country per se, apart from the fact that most Supreme Court justices are Catholic. But it's becoming more and more Catholic actually by the minute. But it's really been quite eye-opening for me to see again those parallels go back in history for Poland and the U.S. and how it continues into the present. So, I could ramble on, obviously, about my personal impressions and how I try to convey certain elements of how the Polish culture could be universal. One thing that I also always underlined is this idea of properly understood pluralism, that Poland was an example during the First Republic, the first Rzeczpospolita, of a country where, on one hand, it could be a Catholic kingdom, at the same time, extremely multi-ethnic and pluralist. At the same time, founded on the idea, because when you look at the Lublin Union from 1569, it was the idea of living together according to a certain ethos, but wasn't a kind of a organic kingdom. It was a kingdom based on a certain idea, linked obviously to the Catholic heritage in the person of the king, but very pluralist, multi-ethnic, and open. So there was this universalism in Polish tradition, which also very much reverberates in kind of East American cultures I'm most familiar with, because I lived there for more than 15 years. So this legacy, I believe, of exceptionalism that Poland has had as a frontier, as a country that defended Christendom, as a country that always had the military tradition, as a country with certain religiosity but without the Puritan element, certain also mix of adventurism and exploration. When you look at immigrants from the 19th century, of those noblemen traveling the world, discovering Bronisław Malinowski, Joseph Conrad, all those personalities, infusing world culture with a lot of Polish sense of that flair that we've had for life. I think it's still extremely relevant to the present. And just to finish up, because I've been talking a bit too long, there's just too many things that are too good not to be mentioned in terms of how Poland remains relevant, is that in 2004, when I started writing my PhD, which I never finished, for a variety of reasons, maybe not for the panel, but more for the talks in the corridors, but unfortunately not this time. I called my thesis "Old Values in New Europe," because I was already seeing that there is going to be a fundamental value-laden conflict in the new European Union after the accession of Poland and other countries to the EU, that there's going to be more attention to certain social values like family orientation, etc., which will basically not be in sync with the more secular cultures of the West. And I think I was proven right in many ways. Maybe I'll still go ahead and publish something, maybe not a PhD, but a book. But anyway, I just wanted to thank for the invitation. I'm really happy to hear all the voices on the panel.
Yeah, so thanks so much for actually the history of Poland and the history of Polish culture in a nutshell. I think it was like 10-minute nutshell. So thanks for your professionalism and squeezing our history. And Rod Dreyer, you wanted to intervene.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for bringing up Professor Ryszard Legutko. His book, published in English, called The Demon in Democracy, is fundamentally crucial to understand our times. in the book, Professor Legutko brought the wisdom of having served with the Solidarity Trade Union movement and having lived from through the transition from communism to liberal democracy in Poland. And he saw how the communists took advantage of the structures of Brussels, democratic structures in Brussels, of the international organizations, to move quite smoothly into position, to protect their own position even after the fall of communism. Why this book is so important is Professor Legutko discusses the similarities between liberal democracy and communism. They're clearly not the same thing, but he talks about the totalitarian temptations within liberal democratic structures and ways of life. This is a very high-level version of what I heard from, and have been hearing, and still do hear, from immigrants to America from the communist world. You all, because of your experience, have the ability to see the things happening in my country and in Western Europe with the growth of cancel culture, with the desire to rewrite language, to change language, so that people can't talk about truth anymore, and so on and so forth. You've lived it. It's part of your history, and we're living through it right now in a different way in the United States. Thank God for Professor Legutko explaining how this happened, and thank God for the testimony of all the immigrants who are trying to wake Americans up. I think that I would like to see Poland and Hungary and all the other countries over here be more aggressive in talking about the totalitarian temptations within democracy. I also want to briefly say that when Martin was talking about the normality of living in Slovakia, that's something I feel too. Even though I've only been in Hungary for a short time, it feels like the America I grew up in, right? You don't have to worry about sending your kids to school and the kindergarten and first grade teacher will tell them you should choose your gender, or teach them about deviant sexuality and hide it from parents. This is something that when I tell people from this part of the world is happening in America, they say, you can't be telling the truth. I am telling the truth. They have school systems all around America that have a policy of not telling parents about the gender ideology they're teaching, and if their children say that they are a different gender, they hide it from the parents. Over and over this happens. It doesn't happen in this part of the world, and I pray to God that it never comes here, but you all still know what is normal. There's a man I know, and a friend of mine in Budapest, a guy named Mark Bolobash. Mark's parents escaped communist Hungary in the 60s. They went to England. Bela, his father, became a world-renowned mathematician at Trinity College, Cambridge. Mark was born and raised in the UK, but he moved back to post-communist Hungary, or moved to his parents' country, because he wanted to marry and raise his children in a normal place where his children would not be exploited by the progressives and taught gender ideology and all this crazy stuff. He's a lot poorer in Hungary than he would be if he stayed in England, but he said it's worth it because there's some things in life, the values you get from your family and your culture, that matter more than the salaries you make. And he can raise his family in safety, relative safety in Hungary. It's probably true in Poland too, I'm sure it is, but it won't always be that way if you don't understand the power of Western pop culture spreading to through woke capitalism, through American and Western European big business, and also on social media. What's happened to us will happen here if you don't take a stand.
Gunnar, I see that you want also to intervene, and then I will have a question that is inspired by what Rod said, that Maciej Golubiewski could have just stayed in the US, could have finished his PhD, and become a global scholar. And my next question for you, Maciej, would be why actually you are serving Poland? But please, Gunnar.
I would, if I'm asked about my impression of Poland, I want to point out the false impression Poles have about Western Europe and Germany especially. My good friend Hermann Simon, he was on the screen before. He's a very smart man, but also a very polite man. And when he told you that out of the top German companies, nearly all of them have built 2,000 factories in China. So you listen to him, you may have wondered, why are they doing this? Why aren't they going to Spain or to Peru? Or why do they go to China? So he kept a secret. And in our personal conversation, he does not do. So I will tell the secret. They are smarter than us. The Chinese are smarter than us. So they cannot take over the business from Germany if they were not smarter than us. He showed us this wonderful big machine with 450,000 items by the company Trumpf in Germany. This company is long ago, 3-4 years ago, bought by a Chinese company. And if you talk to German entrepreneurs, why are you doing this? And the politicians tell them, you shouldn't do this. This is a German privilege, a German advantage. The entrepreneurs tell the politicians, are you crazy? Can you give me the smart people that will continue our company and expand it? We don't find them in Germany. We have a lot of children on welfare, but we cannot find in millions of them just a single person who can work in such a factory, who can build such a factory. If we want to survive, we have to become Chinese or we will go down right away. So the Polish impression, I meet this every day, is still that Germany is so strong, so powerful. It ain't. And neither is the United States. They are falling even faster than the Germans, the Americans. Up to 2002, America was #1 and Germany was #2 in international PCT patents, the most selective patents. #2, Germany. Now Germany is #5. In 1994, South Korea, 50 million, and Germany, 80 million in patents, PCT patents. It was 22-1 for Germany. Last year, it was 20-17 for South Korea. This is what's happening. In the top 10 companies, there's no American, there's no German company anymore with patents. So what happens, what we complain about in our declining countries, you can only do with countries that are not getting smarter, but that are losing cognitive competence. And if we understand that, then we understand what a treasure it is that Poland's cognitive competence is #3 in Europe after Switzerland and the Netherlands per 1,000 children, talents per 1,000 children. If you want to evade the decline of the Western nations, then evade what they have done. They took in millions and millions of people that cannot meet, they are nice people, but they cannot meet the demands of a high-tech company. And what, again, Hermann Simon did not tell you, that the 1.8 billion East Asians in China, in Japan, in Singapore, in Korea, in Taiwan, they do not take a single asylum seeker. And if you ask them why, they visit me in Gdansk, and they ask me, what are you doing? Are you having a trick? Are you fooling us East Asians? Why do you take these people in? And I tell them that it's not because they can continue with German industrialism, but the reasons that are given in Germany, then they understand why they will not allow a single one. And any part of Europe that wants to have a future at all has to become a structure similar to Australia or to Canada, where you have to prove before passing the border that you can meet the demands of a high-tech company. That's about it.
That's the subject of your book that was published recently in Polish. That's the book on war on talent. It's in German. Is it also available in English? In Polish, it was published by the Poznań Institute press?
I think, just to follow very briefly on what Gunnar said, I see in Western Europe a cultural self-hatred that is overwhelming. I don't see it in the former communist countries here. And I think that cultural self-hatred is in part what is calling for the open borders of asylum seekers. The people in Poland, the people in Hungary, and the others with whom I've spoken, they're very proud of the culture. They don't see any reason to be ashamed of their culture. And it doesn't make them bigoted. It doesn't. But that's what Western Europeans like to say. I think that it's important to be patriotic, not to be nationalistic in a negative sense, but to realize that you have a culture worth holding on to, but you're not going to hold on to it if you have open borders.
Maciej, you have several minutes to think about that really pompous question of mine. So let me come back to you and ask you why you haven't chosen the academic career.
Well, there are a lot of reasons. I think they're not for the panel, but I think they have to do a little bit with certain biases of academia. I did encounter when I was doing some research on those issues. So being a Catholic in a liberal institution like Johns Hopkins University, writing about old values in New Europe and being interested in sociology of family and being interested in in moral questions, it raises some question marks sometimes, and then you suddenly realize you don't really have a lot of academic allies to work with. That is, let's say, a kind of a euphemistic response. But you asked the question of why Poland. I think Rod Dreher said something very clear. Poland is, as I said, Poland is not just ethnicity and some history and some culture. It's as I said, it's based on certain, used to be based, and I think it continues to do with its legacy on certain sets of ideas. If you're a Catholic, and if you're a Polish Catholic for that matter, and you work in public service, I cannot find a more exciting point of reference as Poland, as a country which can still, I believe, be a part of that kind of a spiritual and let's say values revolution that animates whenever we talk about the leftovers of the so-called Christendom, Western civilization. So it's being associated with a living, vibrant legacy that a lot of interlocutors before me have underscored is still there. And I think that element of influence that Poland should have, building on its legacy, building on those extremely strong cultural roots and contribution to world history. If you're Polish, you're Catholic, you can. When I was in college, one of my Asian friends writing on a college blog, unbeknownst that I know that he's writing because I read it somewhere, he said, I'm sitting right next to this guy Maciej, who's a proud Pole and Slav. I was always considered by all my friends as a very proud Pole, and they were all very surprised. Like, well, Polish jokes, all this stuff, what's to be so proud about? And then, you tell them a couple of stories, and the eyes just light up, and wow, that's something. So it's just a pure pleasure to be Polish and continue on, even though doing it from the outside, and work for the common good of Europe through Poland, of course.
So let me summarize that part of our discussion. It seems that part of the world is a paradise. Because we are able to combine realism and realistic vision of, say, Russia with spiritual awakening. We are immersed in our legacy, but we are also kind of prophetic. Like with Lech Kaczynski, he saw what will happen. We are the nations of solidarity, but at the same time of liberty. Then we are nations that strive for normality, but at the same time we are nations of great deeds. So it seems it's really a wonderful place to be in, and you are in that very place. And the question for me is, why, if it is so wonderful, it is not appreciated beyond our borders very much? Why it is not appreciated in the West specifically? Is it because we are too spiritual, too Christian, too conservative? Is it because we try to imitate blindly Western trends without knowing, as Gunnar said, that really the West is declining? Is it because we lack self-confidence? So the question for you, gentlemen, if we are living in paradise, if it is really a wonderful world, why it is not appreciated and why it is so often distorted? The image of that region is so often distorted. Martin, let us start with you.
Because it's not a paradise. And it's not just not appreciated by us in the West, it is even not very much appreciated by the local population, because they're running away and they migrate for work, and they are not so. I wouldn't say that they're so proud as you think about them. There is a minority complex, and so there's huge challenges, and we heard the figure today that population would go down here by 31%. So it would be, as if it is a paradise, it's going to be an empty paradise, wasteland. No, it's not a paradise. No.
Okay, so. But those trends.
It is obviously not.
Yes, this is why I'm pressing you. But also the trends just turned around because, if I'm not mistaken, 300,000 Poles came back to Poland within last year. So the trends of emigrating from Poland were just reversed. But you are right that many Poles, also those Poles whom Maciej met in the U.S., they were leaving Poland. Some of them were proud of being Polish. Some of them not, coming from the families that were extremely poor. They wanted to show that they distanced themselves from, barbaric old times. So I don't disagree with what you say. I see that we are not, we lack that self-confidence, and we do not appreciate what we have. Yes. And other suggestions?
Well, I defer to Martin's judgment. You live here. I'm new here. And I think there's probably a danger on my part and the part of American conservatives like me to see only the things that confirm what we want to believe about Central Europe. I think that's quite possible. In the same way that people in this part of the world look to America and see only what they want to see. That's true. There's no paradise anywhere on earth, but I think that there are really good things happening in this region that American media do not see, because the American media bring with them their own prejudices. They see Poland and Hungary in particular as being hostile to social progressivism, to gender ideology, things like that. In Poland, the hostility to abortion. And they think this is the worst thing imaginable. And so that's why you get a lot of the negative press coverage. I can remember reading an article in the New York Review of Books a few years ago, which is the top, most important intellectual journal for liberal intellectuals. And it was a fascinating piece about new directions in France on the political right, about young Catholics who were becoming politically engaged, and they were somewhere between the establishment right wing and the National Front. But they were really interesting people. They were interested in the environment and so on and so forth. And it turns out I know these people. They're my friends. And the piece that the professor wrote about them was very, very good and informative. Well, the next issue of the magazine, there was an angry letter from the Washington Post correspondent based in Paris. He said, "I can't believe the New York Review of Books is whitewashing these fascists." And I thought, this is insane. This American guy, who was the most important figure for the capital of the United States to tell Americans what's happening in France, he thinks that these conservative Catholics are fascist. I mean, and that taught me something important about the American media. And so whenever I see any reporting in the American media, the New York Times, Washington Post, about Poland, Hungary, this part of the world, I immediately have to read it like a Soviet expert would read Pravda, because it doesn't tell the truth. I think that Poland and Hungary, all these countries need to do a much better job of trying to get around the mainstream American media by talking to people and bringing over people who are in the conservative media, not to tell propaganda. Propaganda is bad no matter who does it, but just to give a more balanced view of what's good and what's bad and what's in the middle about these countries.
It's not everywhere. I would say the Catholic countries are a completely different story. When I worked in Rome 10 years at NATO Defense College, and my wife traveled with me, and we just went to any restaurant in any city, so people started talking. So I knew that Germans are in a way respected in Italy because they bring a lot of tourism money, but they don't love us. So usually I introduce myself, la mia moglie è una polacca, and the hearts are opening, and I'm included. So I take advantage of her, and the northern countries, the prejudices of the northern, of the richer countries, is fed by a backwardedness that had existed in Poland before the war and after the war under communism too. Very few people observe the progress. I'm observing Gdansk now since 1994, and in the beginning I was depressed about the transformation mistakes made following Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University, who was a brilliant man but who didn't understand what an economy is. And in his book he published on what he did in Poland, he said, private property, that can come in the end. You have to free the markets and allow free prices. But free or not free, to pay a price, you need money. He didn't understand where the money comes from. That you have private property to get credit because you have to pledge collateral, and that the institution that emissions money has to have property to make this money valuable to secure. So he did not understand it, and I saw the slow pace of development because the simple property of apartments and houses in the Western countries, they are good for 50% of all the money created. Right? They are pledged as collateral, and that creates money. So Poland was slow, and other countries too. Only Slovenia was an exception. So I was depressed, but now I always tell my wife, before I die, I still want to see this part of the city, this part of the city is done. And I have moments when I see what they do in Gdansk. My wife is an architect. She's much more critical than I am. I'm happy. I'm just happy to watch the development and see that the country is functioning. And I can see when visitors come to us from Austria, from Germany, from Israel, from wherever, from Russia. Now they don't come from Russia for the time being. They are immediately impressed. So the prejudices were there, but they fall like leaves in autumn when you see the country. And for the Poles, it's so important to understand that, and we measure this, that they are a poorer country, but they are going upstairs. And you are a sociologist, so you know this. A rich person getting poor, still being very rich, is unhappy. And a poor person getting a little bit richer and still is very poor is happy. So I take part in this part of Polish happiness and evade the German unhappiness for going down. But to protect this in Poland, an alliance, and we did not speak that much about the 3 Cs. I don't call it an alliance. I proposed 12 years ago a northern alliance from Iceland via the British Isles down to the Czech Republic, because you need a space in the 21st century that has nuclear arms to protect itself, and this was the British and the Scottish, and you cannot do without them. So that would be a condition, but one thing is for sure, what we still have as talent in Europe is not sufficient for all the nations in Europe. They cannot all of them cannot survive. And so you have to save and to fortify the rest. I call this a fortress of competence. And if you have a fortress of competence, and Poland has shown one aspect of this, it could take leadership last year on the border. And this very few people know it has very smart children, not because the Polish children are smarter than me, but the Polish nation has not had the chance to make the mistake the Western nations made when they took in nice, friendly people maybe, but that cannot live up to the technical logic level of the countries they move in. So I'm quite optimistic that this negative perception of Poland is decreasing.
Okay, we will finish in 5 minutes. We have Warsaw time, but there's also New York time here as well, and Kiev time as well. But we will finish in 5 minutes. So why don't we have just as a way of conclusion, concluding remarks on yes, to whom you are giving your remark, to Martin or Roth or to Maciej? Just for 1 minute, what should we do? This is one thing was said by Gunnar, to protect talent, to protect treasures you have, but also one concluding remark from you, Roth, and then from Martin, and then from Maciej.
To follow on what Gunnar was saying, it's also important that you protect yourselves from falling down the same hole as the United States has with wokeness. Just today I read that the American Lawyers Law School Association is considering ending the law school admission test because it is resulting in not enough racial minorities making it into law school. What's happening with this is we're allowing this cultural Marxism, this egalitarianism, to take away the possibilities for remaining competitive in terms of business and in terms of sheer competence. You don't have this insane cultural Marxist mentality here in this part of the world, but you will get it if you expect the West and the United States to tell you what you should do. Stand firm in your traditions, stand firm in what you have learned from the communist, the Marxist experience, and reject these new forms of Marxism that people like Professor Ryszard Legutko understand quite well is coming from the West. You don't have anything to learn from us in that regard. We have something to learn from you.
Thanks, Martin.
I think that Poland should take the lead because there is, we talked about media perception. That's true. Like influenced by the media, many people in Western Europe have a negative attitude to the Trójmorze region, but people don't necessarily don't believe what they hear in the media. So there is hunger for leadership in Europe, hunger for the hungry conservatives, hungry even leftists, hungry people who just want to live a normal life. Yes. And Viktor Orban in Hungary is doing that very well. He's the leading figure of an alternative Europe, but it's just Hungary. It's just a small country. Poland is actually the natural leader of this alternative to our decline. So Orban alone cannot do it.
Thanks so much. And Maciej, one last reflection on your side?
Well, as a Pole, I have to say we need to recreate our elites. And I think Professor Legutko was mentioned many times, and rightly so. We need to go back to his book, Essay about the Polish Soul, and realize that Poland after 45 was not really Poland connected to its historical past. We need to build on what I had a mini lecture about, recreate it in our conservative elites, and not allow Poland to slide down the path that was described by colleagues. We have 25% of children in Poland being born out of wedlock, cohabitation on the rise, mass attendance down. This is all consequences not just of secularization trends across the world, but because Poles need elites that should give them good examples and should link those examples, personal examples, to the history of Poland and our legacy. And I think with that, if we recreate that history, if we take the lesson from the book of Professor Legutko on the Polish soul, I think we'll do well.
Thanks so much for the discipline. There's no time to summarize everything what we said, but I felt really appreciated by everything what you said. And also it encouraged me, you encouraged me to appreciate more what we have. So you said, discover your hidden chambers, discover your heroes, protect treasures, do not imitate blindly, do not imitate decline, get around mainstream media. So there is a way beyond mainstream media. Appreciate your progress, appreciate your normality. Stand firm, take the lead, and be normal. So this is what I have taken from you. So, thanks so much, but I also want to appreciate all of you, be it in Brussels or here, coming from all different countries, to appreciate us. So let me join in thanking you. And we want to appreciate also somebody who is most senior among us, Gunnar. Tomorrow you are finishing, you are turning 78. So
I'm entering my 80th year of life.
Yes.
I'm not turning 80, but the 80th year, which means 79.
Yes. Yes. Thanks. So let us thank you on the behalf of that panel, but also on the behalf of all our Congress. So with the German discipline, we have just finished the Congress 1 minute before 6. Thanks so much for those 2 days of being with us, of watching us online, and of appreciating of what we did. Thanks so much.